Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to Online Darts. It is Pro Tour Live. It is day 3 of the Super Series, the race for the Betfred World Match Play here at Players Championship 20. I'm Phil Bars, today joined by Dan Simpson. It's a scorcher outside, and we are expecting it to be sizzling in Barnsley, Dan.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's proper. I mean, I don't know what it's like as far down as where you are, Phil. Normally slightly warmer than up here, but it is very, very hot up here. I can look out the window. My kids are all jumping around in paddling pools. So I apologise if at some point one of them runs past covered in towels and what. It's very, very warm. Well, I'm not too far from Barnsley up here, so I can imagine it's very, very warm in that arena this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we've had a couple of pullouts. I've only just looked, but notably, we knew yesterday that Gezi was going home to rest up for the week. Callum Ridds has pulled out as well. Again, he's safely there. Sensible decisions from a lot of players, I think, and I think a few may have missed a trick by not doing the same.
Yeah, I think I seem to recall you and I were almost at exactly the same point in the qualification for the match play. We did a stream this year, and we had a very similar conversation. Some strategic decisions being made. You know, it is not going to be a particularly comfortable day in there today. There are also some people that really need to dig in and put some performances in. This can be potentially a career-changing thing for some people to get that spot in the match play, to get the opportunity to kick on a bit, to get up the rankings and qualify for more events. So lots of pressure in there, and probably feel some pressure and stress and strain that some could probably do without.
Yeah, I was speaking to a few of them yesterday, and they literally wanted to jump in the pool halfway through the day yesterday. They said it was uncomfortable yesterday.
I can imagine. But what it has made for, just having a quick look through, sort of what we've got to look at today, it has made for some rather interesting board assignments. Just because once you start to get a few people dropping out, and it just mixes up the order a little bit, and there's some people just sort of meeting each other, and there's some boards on there that, by goodness, if you had something to play for, you would not want to be stuck with, isn't there?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, and everyone, chat room, welcome along as well. Plenty in. Juanita, of course, is in organising the troops nice and early. Adrian, Sam, how are we all doing? Tam is in. Good morning. Pete as well. Who else have we got in? Curtis is in. Super stuff. Of course, Philip is in, one of our ever presents in the chat room. Super stuff, mate. Matthew says, good morning, guys. Who else have we got? Dan says, staggering. Clayton hasn't pulled out. Looks like he needs a rest yet. Completely agree. Michael says, hello from Newcastle, Australia. Welcome along. Harvey is in. Tim is in. Super stuff. Scott also says, good evening from Australia. Cold and wet here. Get the tables is in as well. Dan, packed chat room already. And look, the chasing pack will be praying Roby John loses first round. He did an amazing job yesterday creating that buffer, but the rest need him to lose early today.
Yeah, because he is the man sat there on that 16th spot at the minute, and there are people breathing right down his neck. He is one of those men that is, you would imagine, probably going to feel that heat a little bit more than everybody else today, because the eyes of everybody else in that building is going to be on him for large sections, I think.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I'm just going to have a look because I haven't looked yet to see who he's got. Also, as well, truly international. To be fair, Philip makes another great point. As always, he says Clayton probably needs to play for the seedings for the last Euro Tours. Good shout. Cameron is in. Lars is in, saying, morning, boys. Let's go. Barney from the Netherlands. We've got Eric in from Norway. Powerhouse in from Indonesia. We're going international, Dan.
Oh. Yeah, and so I just found it there, down on board 15. That's why it took me so long to find, because he's all the way down on board 15. Roby John Rodriguez kicks off against Eddie Lovely. Now, whilst Eddie Lovely is a cracking player, there are worse opening games for Roby John Rodriguez today, aren't they?
Yeah, I was going to say, look, when you're chasing that dream of the match play, if someone offered you Eddie Lovely with the greatest of respects, you would take that over some of the other options available.
Absolutely. And that's not a dig at Eddie Lovely by any stretch. It's just, even if you look across that board that he's on there, so board 15, the other people that he could, that are around, Nathan Aspinall, Jim Williams, John O'Shea, Devon Peterson, Zonneveld, like, none of them are, he's got, in all honesty, probably the more favourable draw on the board there, hasn't he?
Oh, completely. And look, that 700, if he wins, that 750 quid could be huge, because again, it's more money on that ranking table. Look, barring someone doing something staggering, he's pretty much there. But if he gets beat early, it just gives the rest hope.
Absolutely. There is still, for a number of, I mean, not for everyone, but for a number of people there is still hope today. This is not quite over just yet. And generally, we always, we don't tend to get staggered with 8, 9 different, but often we get one surprise, don't we? Somebody that pushes it close for us, somebody that goes it, makes things a little bit interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And the stream boards are firing up here as well, which is good. Peter is on stream board 2. He plays Adam Gowler. Stream board 1 is Ryan Searle against Rusty Jake. Who else have we got? Carla Brown is in from Australia as well. We are all over it. Superb.
I tell you what, just looking at those games warming up, like in terms of doing that, favourable matches in round 1, there's some absolute crackers on there that are games that have potential to be absolutely superb.
Yeah, and also warming up on board 13. It's a tough one. He plays Rob Cross. It might be the only time we get to do this today. So, Jar, this one's for you, buddy. Raymond van Barneveld. Rusty has got Ryan Searle. Afternoon, Jim. Again, chat room is buzzing this morning already. Gary Anderson, again, a tough one. He faces the Heat, Damon Heta. And this is the problem that Gando has now. Where he's not seeded for these Pro Tours, he could run into anyone at any point. And when you're trying to play yourself into some form, Damon Heta is not the best option either. Oh my. Peter Wright's changed up.
Oh, has he?
Let's have a look. I just caught a glimpse on the stream and I was like, they're different. They're not what you threw yesterday. they look like the tapered ones that we've seen them before.
Is he throwing 3 the same? That's the
shock. Less than a week before the match play starts and Peter Wright is chopping and changing. At least this time last year, he was set on what he was going to use. Let's just...
Oh, we've got the Smith Derby again as well on board 9, Phil.
Oof.
Another Smith Derby.
Let's go with this one.
Let's have a look at these darts.
As I say, we've seen them before, but not for a while.
Have a quick look which ones. Oh yes, I remember those. Yeah, it is a while since we've seen them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little side bet here, Phil, that if we see Peter Wright again today on the stream, we won't see those darts. They will be the only time today we see those darts, I think.
To be fair, I'm not convinced he finishes the match with them, let alone another game.
That is a fair one. That is a fair one. Couple of early games that have just gone in. Raymond van Barneveld has taken the opening leg against Rob Cross, who goes in with a 1-0 lead after one leg. Jose de Souza takes the first leg in his match. Also, Adam Hunt takes the first leg, goes 1-0 up over Martin Schindler. See if anybody can back that up with an early break. Gary Anderson, we're just talking about, goes 1-0 up, takes the first leg against Damon Heta. So Gando off to a relatively positive start there.
Yeah, also in the chat room, yes, Andy Bolton was English, deferred to Scotland, but yeah, no, you're correct. He has a very, very broad northern accent, but no, representing Scotland. Joe is in, sending love from California. We've now hit the States as well. The old geographical maths being ticked off today, mate.
Absolutely, all over the world today. And the first break of the day on the stream board goes to Ryan Searle, who goes 2-0 up over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. And Ryan Searle off to a flying start today. I know we're only 2 legs in, but he is 2-0 up, averaging 107. Rusty Jake averaging 100 and can't seem to get close. Really, really big start from Ryan Searle today.
Yeah. Put some links out on social as well. I tell you, if I'm Ryan Searle's sponsors, I'm doing my head in. You can't see his badges because of his hair.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, that, isn't it? Very interesting. Another break there, all the way up on board number 1 with seed number 1, Luke Humphreys, very much on top of the world at the minute in the Players' Championship, goes 2-0 up with an early break over Scott Waits. Another early break as well on some of these boards up at the top of the draw. Gary Anderson averaging 107 over Damon Heta. Gary Anderson goes 2-0 up. Great start.
There's just been a few signs with Gando, just a few recently, that just perhaps, look, I'm not saying he's ever going to get back to the majestic, the all-conquering Gary Anderson, but there are just signs that he may be competitive again.
Yeah, it's I feel that the rest of this year going into the World Championships is going to be quite pivotal for him in terms of what sort of player he then becomes for the next 5 years, if at all. You know, I think it's really, really interesting what happens over the next 6 to 8 months, and then I think it'll have a big say on what we see from Gary for the rest of the future, really.
Yeah, look, 2 years tops for me.
What else have we got? Johnny Clayton kicking off well. The break in the game. Adam Hunt goes from 1-0 up to 2-1 down as Martin Schindler goes back-to-back legs there, getting himself 1 break up. Luke Humphreys kicking on early here against Scott Waits and is now 3-0 ahead, looking not averaging particularly outrageous, but certainly at 3-0 looking very comfortable.
And that's the thing with Luke now, that you just always think that he's going to get to the latter end of tournaments.
Yeah, I think his finishing is vastly improving, but he's just becoming much more reliable. And he's always got a chance. He's always in with a chance, even when he's behind. When he's ahead in games, he's a brilliant front runner, really good front runner. But he just never seems to look beat either, does he? Now his finishing seems to be much more reliable. Always looks good.
Yeah, Martin Schindler races into a 3-1 lead against Adam Hunt. Daryl Gurney has gone back-to-back legs. He's now 2-1 up on Cameron Menzies. What else have we got floating around at the moment? Ratajski has just gone 2-1 up. Of course, he's trying to cling on to 16th place. Going Price has gone home. He's going to rest for the week. John is in from Adelaide, Australia.
Damon Heta breaks back against Gary Anderson. So Gary Anderson from 2-0 up has been broken. Just down to 2-1 now, but Heta cannot really capitalise. Damon Heta throwing the darts here, can't find a treble in his first 2 visits. Anderson opens with a 180. Anderson is going to get 3 darts from 52 to break again for a 3-1 lead.
Barney's being tidy today. But Rob Cross he's been a bit unlucky that he's lost early in all of them, but he's not played that bad.
No, he's only averaging 108.
Good question here. Jack, there's 2. First of all, Jack says, who do you think will win the World Match Play? I think it's wide open right now. We said it yesterday. I don't know about you, Dan, but I think Smith and Humphreys will be the 2 favourites on current form.
I've been saying Michael Smith since the World Championships, and I'm going to stick with it. Since the World Championships, I've said Michael Smith for the match play, and at the moment I've got no inclination to change my pick whatsoever. I still think it's happening.
The other one, Philip in the chat room says, who out of the Premier League field managed their schedule best in your opinion?
Ooh. Well, I suppose the obvious answer is Michael Van Gerwen, isn't it? Because he probably did a little bit more than others in terms of managing his schedule, in terms of picking his spots, if you like, as to, it's just the events he doesn't play. And also the bloke won it, so arguably no one else has done a better job than he has at anything.
Yeah, I think Gezi manages his schedule quite well as well. Gezi, you'll never see play in everything. I think there are a few, like Michael Smith, that needs to play in a little bit less. We've seen Peter Wright take tournaments off this year, but for me, MVG and Gezi are the best 2 at knowing when they need a break.
I'm not sure it counts if when you have a break from darts, you go and bust your hands up, though. I think you should lose points for that. Doesn't count as a break, does it?
Well, something broke.
Well, I tell you what, just looking down there, Phil, I know we had a bit of a laugh about Peter Wright's darts not making it through the match. Averaging 111, 4-0 up. He might stick with these for a bit.
No, stick with him for another game then.
See if you can get at least 5 legs out of them. Gary Anderson and Damon Heta are just exchanging break after break after break. Nobody in that game is holding a leg. Gary Anderson now 3-2 up, but I think from what I can work out, the last 5 legs have been breaks. Damon Heta with the darts now, but can only open with a 66. So if Gary finds a treble here, he's going to be the favourite in this leg as well for another break. It's a real back and forth tight tussle, this one.
Harry says, how come MVG's not playing in the Pro Tours? He's just resting, ready for the match play, wanted a break. Laura is in. Mrs. Joker says, morning all. Maisie is back watching us. Welcome along, Maisie. Hope you are good. Remember, I know we appreciate your support, but stop skipping school to watch us. I don't want to get told off by your teacher.
No, Phil's already got my boss after him. The last thing he needs is other people tell them off for finding them skiving to watch the stream.
To be fair, that's pretty surreal, though, isn't it? That we've come to the point now where people are skipping school to watch us.
Yeah, I think it's ace. I mean, it's not. I'm certain I do for a living, but I can't make those comments. Being a guardian.
Jamie asks, can I ask, why do players bring their wives or girlfriends or wives to the Players' Championships? Company more than anything. The hotel life can be a lonely place if you go on your own. I remember that there was an image that I saw. I can't remember exactly which one it was. It was one of the ones that Ratajski won, that he literally just walked out of the venue after winning on his own, walking down the road. And it was an image that stuck with me. And it was like, that's the other side of the sport, that it's not all glitz and glamour. So a lot of them, just so they've got, again, someone to talk to in the hotel, it's a bit normal and everything like that.
First result of the day is in, down on board 10, Phil. Yeah,
it is, and it's Johnny Clayton. That's more ferret-like, averaging nearly 96 in a 6-0 demolition job of Stu Wilson. Rob Cross is averaging 102 and on the verge of defeat on our feature game.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's I think he's just unfortunate, isn't he? He's just unfortunate with who he's drawn and the way those games have gone. 90% of today's games, you average 102 for 7 legs, you'll win, won't you? No, that's 90% of the time that's getting you over the line. Today he's just playing a man who doesn't like to be beaten.
No, absolutely agreed. Ryan Searle is on the hill. He's 5-3 up against Rusty on the stream board number 1, and he has got over the line. That's match 3.
There's a bit of an unusual one, Phil. Up on board number 4, Danny Noppert, massively in form, 4-1 down in the opening game here.
Only averaging 86. Yeah,
4-1 is a long way back as well. He's really up against it there. Scott Waits up on board 1 after he sort of endlessly talking about how comfortable Luke Humphreys looked, and he flew to 3-0 up almost straight away. Looked like this game wasn't going to become close to competitive. Scott Waits has managed to claw his way back to 4-all here, and looks to be playing some really, really good darts. And Luke Humphreys, he's going to have to really dig in. I mean, he's opened up this leg. Luke Humphreys gone 140, 140. So he is certainly lifting his level a little bit to try and keep Waits at arm's length. But Scott Waits making a proper match out of this now.
Yeah, on the other stream board, Bagel served Peter Wright. Absolute demolition job of Adam Gowlass. A whopper of an average as he takes out a ton to win it as well. Raymond Van Barneveld on our feature game marches on. That is a very good performance for Barney. He keeps his outside match play chances alive. Look, he needs to win one and have a good day tomorrow. But he's still fighting. Again, all eyes will be on Roby. This one's just started. We'll go with this one. Well, not just started, but it's... with a bit of the rock star. So yeah, back into the chat room quickly. Daz, we've got no idea what time the match play draw is going to be. Part of me thinks it will be recorded as soon as the field is set and locked, or it will be done at the end of the day tomorrow. They're the two options. I don't know which one it'll be, but they're the two options. Once the field is set or at the end of play, they will do the draw. Also on Peter Wright's board, he's obviously through. Then you've got Nick Fulwell against Max Hopp, Adrian Lewis against Sean Wilkinson, Merv King against Martijn Kleermaker.
Would you consider this to be an upset board 16, Phil? Andy Bolton looking on the verge here.
Yeah, and look, this sums up. 2 seconds. I'll come back to that in a second. Kevin Doots has absolutely routed Danny Noppert. 6-1. Noppert only averaging 84. Who gets the impression that Noppy enjoyed the delights of Barnsley last night?
I was about to say, yeah, that's sort of what I was getting at. He's not really turned up today, has he? And he's obviously had a big day yesterday, so it seems he's not been quite.
He was making some shapes in Barnsley last night.
Well, absolutely. We have got, just on that, sorry to cut over you again, Phil, but we've now got that game between Humphreys and Waits has gone to a noble leg. So Scott Waits making a cracking effort here to make a game, as I say, from so far behind, and Humphreys looking so comfortable. Humphreys and Waits have gone to a noble leg, and it is right on the edge.
Yeah, going back to board 16 as well. This sums up Jose de Souza in a heartbeat. I think he was 2-0 up, averaging around 111. He has dropped 20 points on that average in the space of 5 legs. And that's worrying. To fall off a cliff.
Ooh. Game over on board 5. Damon Heta puts 4 legs on the spin after that in early stages, trading break after break after break and looking very even. Damon Heta just kicked on there with some big scoring and managed to go past Gary Anderson. But again, like you said earlier on, Phil, Gary Anderson, unseeded in these Players' Championship events, is really, really up against it because he is coming up against some of the best players in the world day one or match one, should we say.
Yeah, a couple of results as well. Luke Humphreys has won that noble leg, gets over the line. Michael Smith wins the Smith Derby in a deciding leg as well. And I like a couple of comments here. We've got Jose de Bitcoin, or Jose Bitcoin de Souza, because he's up and down. Absolutely. Is this on TV? Not TV. There are 2 stream boards on PDC TV, which is subscription. I think it's about $4.99 for the event pass you'll get today and tomorrow, or on bookmaker sites as well. You don't have to have a bet. You just have to have some money in your account to watch them. So that is that. I'll tell you the other thing, just touching on Gary Anderson, losing first round as well, may make that decision to go home.
Yeah, that's not a bad call, that, Phil.
We know he doesn't normally do full blocks when they're just weekends. Daryl Gurney has edged out Cameron Menzies on board number 2. Jeff Smith mismatched darts as well, 3 in hand, 18s and 9s. Cheers, chat room. 9 darter from Nathan Rafferty. Again, so much going on.
That's looking like that's going to go all the way as well. Chisnell and Rafferty.
Yeah. Tim says, "Hey guys." On board
3.
Oh yeah.
Cullen
That's our
Joyce.
picture game at the moment.
Well,
and look, what a leg from Joyce here in a noble.
140, 140. What can he do with 81?
He's suggesting ghost.
We're thin on the ground for North East lads today. That's not bad. That's all right against 210. How much pressure? Not loads of pressure either. There we are, Ryan. Good lad. Joe Cullen out first match.
Yeah, another seed bites the dust. The number 8 seed has gone. Yes, Matthew Edgar is playing today. Tim also said, "Hey guys, do you think Andrew Gilding can win a few games in Blackpool?" Look, it all depends on the draw, if I'm being honest. Look, he's playing really, really well at the moment. But my concern is going to be the heat up on that stage is going to be like nothing he's played in front of before. So, look, has the ability to, but just, again, needs a favourable draw.
Yeah, there are certainly winnable games. You know, there are games out there he can win, and
Yeah,
it'd be interesting when we see that draw to see how, you know, because he will be. You would have thought he'll be targeting some games there, and he will have, you know, thoughts in his mind of people who he's confident that he can have a good game against. I know, he'll know he can have a game against anyone, but I think if he's happy with the draw when it comes out and he goes into it a bit more confident and you know, with some confidence of coming through a game, then you never quite know once people start to build up a bit of a head of steam, do you?
no, exactly that. Dave Chisnell has defeated the 9 boy. That's 9 dart hero Nathan Rafferty.
And we've got to a noble leg on board 16 as well somehow.
Bitcoin's on the way up again.
Sell.
So what else have we got in here? Josh Payne won the live league last night. Very, very good. Very good night of darts last night on the live league. Congratulations to Josh Payne. Dan, provisionally there will be a live lounge tomorrow night, as long as the draw comes out tomorrow, because we can't preview the World Matchplay if we don't have a draw. So provisionally, yes, the live lounge will be on, but if the draw isn't out, it may get shifted to Tuesday night. But provisionally, yes. Just waiting for the game to go live that we're going to put as the featured game. I'm going to go Mental Sulovic against O'Connor.
They've kept everybody waiting as well. I know it's the way the draws fell, but Raul John Rodriguez being the 4th game on his board and playing last is just going to be adding to the anticipation of everybody else that's there. Because with every game that he wins today, he essentially, or certainly if he wins that first game, he just removes immediately chances that other people have of going to Blackpool. And him going 4th is going to have a lot of people just sitting a little bit more uncomfortable that would just want that game over and done with, I think.
Yeah. Gilding will be dangerous first round. I completely agree. I tell you what as well. Nick Marco started something here. No, Bitcoin's just crashed. Is Ryan Searle going to be seeded for the match play? I think Ratajski may just hold on. May.
Yeah,
if he loses to Peter Hudson here, he may be in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, that's interesting. If this game doesn't go his way, there could potentially be a little bit of a swing there. Now, Peter Hudson is doing everything he can possibly do to not hold this leg, with the visits of 41, and 60. So Peter Hudson is trying his absolute best to not hold this leg and win this match. He has had an opportunity to throw for the match, and it looks like Ratajski, barring catastrophes with doubles, Ratajski on 56. Peter Hudson needs to take out 158 to stop him having a go at it. Based on Peter Hudson's form so far in this match, this 158 is unlikely. Mind you, 134 leaves 24. So Ratajski, there is some pressure on this 56 now. So if he doesn't take this 56 out, Hudson's going to come back for 3 darts at double 12. And that could be a very interesting shuffle if Ratajski goes, and he does, it takes him 3 darts to do it, but Ratajski takes the 56 out, moves through, and potentially has just consolidated a little that number 16th seeded spot.
Yeah, I think Ratajski holds on, but not in immaculate form. So interesting there.
That doesn't have bad. And board 12, both averaging in the 70s. That looks a bit of a lackluster.
I was going to say, was Dimmy out with Noppy last night making sure?
Yeah, mind you, obviously to that on board 7 and on the stream board, John Henderson is putting a lovely performance together to move ahead of Florian Hempel, who has been a player very much on the up over the last 6 months or so. But John Henderson, who does just seem to be finding a little bit of form, and by God, does that man need some, but averaging 98 and 4-1 up.
He's played some really good stuff recently, I have to say. And
on the move.
On the move, and he needs a big run. Needs to find something. His tour card is in huge danger. No one's disputing that. But right now, there are just signs that he may be making a move. That he's going to have to get to the World Championships. That is an absolute must.
Yeah, and he's got. I think what it is for this race, he's got. I worry that if he doesn't build himself some confidence and feel a bit more comfortable playing, that even if he does lose his card, it could be a very long way back. That we've seen players lose their card and but not so much lose their confidence and lose their way. He very much for some time has seemed like a man who's lost his way and lost his form and lost his and even if he doesn't manage to cling onto that card, I think he needs to keep some consistent performances and consolidate a little bit to try and have a run to get it back.
Yeah, agreed. Lee, I know who was it? And Nico says, who, in everyone's opinion, is the most off-form player and the most in-form player at the moment? Look, seeds.
Unfair asking me that. Oh, it's seeds.
Let's look at the match play. The thing. For me, out of the seeds, Jose de Souza is the most out of form seed in the match play at the moment for me.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. There's a few in there that are not close to their best at the moment, but he's probably the most up and down, the most potential to put in a bit of a crisis performance anyway.
Yeah. In terms of in form, just out of the whole match play lineup at the moment, Luke Humphries or Michael Smith.
Yeah, you'd say so. And then there's a couple that are just coming to the, on the way. Dimmy is on the up. He's not quite peaked yet, which is probably a good thing. You got to peak at the right times, but he's just shown signs that he's putting something together to get close to his best form.
Yeah. Hendo, 5-1 up now on Florian Hempel.
Right. And that looked actually, board 1 looked an interesting game. Menci Sulovic going 2-0 up on William O'Connor. That, for me, was one of the most balanced games looking at the first round of draws that could have gone either way and could go all the way. Dimitri gets over the line. Stumbles.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure if he's in the chat room yet. He will be at some point, but it looks like Josh Rock needs to go back to the development tour, only averaging 87. He's not developed today, Dan.
No, far from developed. To go back. Oh, dear.
Afternoon, Fred from the Netherlands. Ben says, does Barney have any chance of qualifying for the match play?
Yeah.
Yes. But, right, so as it stands right now, if Roby John was to lose today and add nothing to his tally and Barney win the event, they would be level on money. So, look, would I be betting on Barney to make the match play? No. But does he still have a chance with 2 events? Yes, but needs to win one, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he needs, and also he needs lots of other people. He'd need to win one and then rely on a bank of 8 to 10 players all bombing out very early.
Yeah.
Because there's some players a lot closer than him that have the potential to have a deep run. There's players in there that could have a deep run 2 days on the bounce. So you would say of those that mathematically can get there, he's probably the least likely, let's say.
And Hendo wraps up a 6-1 victory over Florian Hempel on the stream board. So this is more of the Kevin Burness that we saw in the live league as well. 3-1 up, averaging 93 on John Brown.
Yeah, it's good. It's good darts.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Bradley Brooks, Scott Williams underway. Nick Forwell and Max Hop level at 3 apiece.
Matt Campbell has managed to take a 2-0 lead, averaging 75. There will be nobody ranting and raving about the quality in that game, I don't think.
No. Lee says, would you bet against a Dutch full house over the 4 days? I don't think so. Look, the 2 Dutch boys have been brilliant to win them, but no, I don't see all 4 going Dutch.
No. I don't think today will be.
No. Interesting as well that players are in that position now where they know everything's on the line, and the ones that are fighting to keep their tour card that are in their second year or are defending money. This is the type of year now where you start looking at it because you've only got 6 months left to save it, Dan.
Yeah, and that's it. And there isn't. It's when opportunities start to run out. Now we had early in the Players Championship Tour this year, events, sort of 1 through 5 and 6. We highlighted a few people that went deep there. Some of them new tour card holders. Some of those people that are now ranked up there, quite comfortable with a match play slot, and about people almost getting a bit of a head start in coming out, because as the year moves on, the chances for you to develop, the chances for you to bank money just reduce. And with every one of these events that passes by, there becomes less and less opportunity either to consolidate those places in the rankings to take part in those events, or to build your prize money to a point where your tour card's safe. And there was a number of players that got off to a really, really quick start this year and are therefore now sitting with much less pressure on them, looking a lot more comfortable with both their qualification for events and their tour cards. But there's a lot of people that didn't get off to that start that ease their way into the year, and now the pressure is very much on, because if you don't make the match play and you've got money on it from previous years where you have been there are big lumps going to start to tumble off your earnings, and with that becomes a slide down the rankings as well.
That's the issue, is when you've been at these TV tournaments and all of a sudden you're not, like you say, that's when chunks start disappearing. And how have I missed this one? Simon Whitlock against Richie Burnett. Oh, hello. Which goes into the hand. Does Whitlock have a chance of making the match play? Yeah, he still has an outside chance, but again, needs a little bit of something to go his ways. He's under the cosh, but yes, he can still do it.
He's and just to put some context on, like when people are being asking about Barney, like Simon Whitlock is 10 places in the ranking ahead of Barney, so that, like, you know, Simon Whitlock does have an outside chance of making it. He has, in theory, 10 slots better than Barney does. So that does put into perspective, you know, Raymond van Barnevel's chance of qualifying. But Simon Whitlock, yeah, he's going to have to probably do, you know, a quarter and a semi over 2 days. And if he goes deep a couple of times, then he might not be far away.
Yeah, agreed. Richard says, afternoon, as enjoying your coverage as per usual. Your thoughts on Ryan Searle making it into the seeds for the match play? I think he just misses out. For me, I think that unless he goes and wins one, I think that gap between him and Ratajski is just too big to bridge in this event, or this block of events.
Yeah, he's just run out of chances, I think, hasn't he? It's gonna be close, and it's gonna be one decent deep run away. But I think he did need, like today, for Ratajski to maybe go out first, and for Searle to put a few wins together, which would make it tighter going into tomorrow. But going into tomorrow, it's gonna not be particularly in the balance. Kevin Burness now goes 5-2 ahead and is very, very much in control of this match.
Yeah. Devin Peterson behind as well. He has it all to do against Jim Williams. Thank you, Winnie. Remember, everyone, drop us a like as well if you can. Chat room is on fire today. Massively appreciate your continued support. Jason says, how long do we think before we had North American player regularly going deep? I don't think we're too far away, if I'm being honest. There is some fabulous talent in North America right now, both on the tour and ones that aren't on the tour properly. Yeah, look, I think for me, he was having a shocker today. He might have been on the shape train as well last night, but Matt Campbell was a fabulous player.
Yeah, he really is. He's a great player to watch. He's he definitely has the potential, but sometimes it's just finding that consistency, which is the difference. If all of these players, everyone with a tour card has the potential to go out and play a leg and be amazing. But it's just finding that level of consistency where he's coming, keeping that level for longer and extended periods of time over the course of tournaments and throughout the course of events like today. In terms of talent, the lad is amazing, but he just needs to find that consistency with it.
Richie Burnett has taken the opener against Simon Whitlock. Not a problem at all, Joe. Look, we love doing it. If you guys weren't here supporting it, we wouldn't be doing it. We did it on Q School 2 years ago, tested the water to see how it went. I've not looked back since.
We would be doing it, but it'd be weird because it'd just be me and you on FaceTime, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, just FaceTime each other instead. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, this is all right.
We'd still be having fun, just no one else would know about it. Let's have a quick look into this one. Danny Van Tripp breaks just at the right minute against Jason Heaver to go 5-4 up. And this hasn't been a particularly exciting game by the looks of things. But Danny Van Tripp has just done the right things at the right time, it seems, to break Jason Heaver there, and will now have the darts in hand to try and close this match out and make it through to the next round. Louis Williams as well. Another one just finding a little bit at the right time, going 5-4 ahead here. Opening with a ton, and Louis Williams again looking like a reasonable bet to make it through to the next round.
Yeah. I might need some hotel advice for up your way as well, Dan.
Oh, where are you coming?
I'm going to try and do a couple of days, maybe Whitby way, before the match play.
I can keep you right on that. It's not far from me at all.
Yeah, just to chill for a couple of days before the.
Yeah, Whitby's about 15 miles from me, ish. Not far at all. There's some nice places over there, mate. I'll keep you right on that. It's not a problem.
That's a lovely area of the country.
Just hope you get weather like this. If you get weather like this over there, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny Baggish, just as we were talking about North American players, Danny Baggish has another one finding the break at the right time. He's now throwing for the match here, finds a 118 that follows a 96, and Danny Baggish looking really good here against Joe Mernon. Backs it up with another ton. He'll get at least 6 from 187, Danny Baggish, to go through to the second round. Ooh, James Wade not off to a great start there, Phil. Board 10.
No. Was he making shape last night? There might have been some serious shape making in Barnsley last night.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So Pete says, been here since the first Q school. For me, still the best go. Yeah, look, it seems a long time ago now, but again, for something that was just a little, let's see how this works. To where we are now. Fingers crossed. Won't be every
Just
time, but we maybe one or two in person.
A couple of noble legs there. I think both of them, I said, Danny Van Tripp and Louis Williams, both looked on the verge of victory, both throwing for the match, and now they've both managed to fluff their lines, and those games are now noble, or no, playing a noble leg. Danny Van Tripp and Jason Heaver, Damien Moll and Louis Williams, 5 apiece. Nobody really turning up stones there in terms of averages, but very much on the wire.
Yeah. Also, William O'Connor has just broken Mensur Sulovic. Sorry, no, it was only a hold, but he's in front.
Kevin Burness through there relatively comfortably, 6-4, averaging 88. Slipped off a little bit, lifted the foot off the pedal a little bit later in the game. Danny Baggish as well just came through that game as I was talking about, and Danny Baggish makes it through to the next round.
Yeah. Andrew says, do you think there will be more Asian players coming to Q School next year now the COVID problems have calmed down? Maybe not this year, Andrew, because again the PDC Asia Tour is not up and running. Hopefully they can get the Asian Tour back up and running 2023, and we'll see them then coming over the following Q School. But just travel at the moment is an absolute nightmare.
No, both almost. Yeah, both nobles, both Dutchmen there. Oh, I think almost throwing their final dart, the winning darts at exactly the same time. Both of those lights went on at exactly the same moment there. So Danny Van Tripp and Damien Moll both through to the second round today. Both, in all honesty, not looking the favourites for most of their games as well.
Yeah. Hazel, MVG, the next time we will see him play is the match play. Afternoon, Jack. Cal says, can you show us the Keen Barry scores? Once this one on the feature game is done, we will then switch to the Keen Barry game for you. He says, any more Dutch unknowns like Jean Van Veen up your sleeve, Phil? We're still working on bits, don't worry. Look, Jean was a fabulous young lad to have around the live league for a couple of weeks and played some brilliant stuff as well.
So that has been a back and forth game, board number one, which I picked early on as a bit of an under the radar, potentially good tight match in this first round. Two players that I just thought were quite evenly balanced in what they could bring. William O'Connor just took the initiative there, stealing a break. Suljovic tried to peg him back at 4-all. William O'Connor just managed to squeeze the break in off him at the right time. And William O'Connor now has the darts in hand throwing for the match. Neither player can find a treble in their first visits to the board. So it's not majestic, but Willie O'Connor certainly looking the most likely here against Menchir Suljovic.
Yeah, absolutely. Back in, Jason says, the Webby video with Paul Hinks was class. Yeah, it was brilliant. But more to the point, how has the woman behind Paul Hinks not even looked up? Remarkable. He's doing his latte. She didn't even look up. Because that's something that you hear in a coffee shop every day, isn't it? Paul Hinks belting out a latte. But yeah, no, it was hilarious. Webby has literally got one of the best sense of humours I've ever come across. Such a funny man, it is unreal. Philip, yeah, we have there's been invites sent out to lots of European players. Some have said no because they can't. Some want to come over, but it didn't fit their schedules. That we're always working on it, and we want the European players involved as well. So fingers crossed, we'll see some more come over as well. We've been speaking to the guys at PDC Europe about some of the non-German tour card holders as well. So yeah, fingers crossed we will have some in. We've been trying, but fingers crossed there'll be some soon.
So just having a look back on the the match play qualification we talked a lot about today. So that elusive 16th spot that's currently held by Roby John Rodriguez. The person the player that sat in number 17. So on paper and mathematically, the closest person to one of those match play qualifying slots is currently on board number 7, Ross Smith. And whilst averaging 102, is not having things his own way so far. But as I speak, has just managed to break back against Mike DeDecker and level that game up 3-3. Now, in terms of looking at that last space in the match play, or somebody who can nick in and pinch Robbie John's spot, Ross Smith, if he comes through this game, is probably the best shout we've got for a bit of drama, I think, Phil.
Yeah, Simon Whitlock 4-2 up as well. He keeps his hopes alive. But again, the man with the shirt hasn't played yet. We are all waiting on the Roby John game. He's in control of his destiny. Jacob, Phil,
wow.
Yeah, Phil, cool. What have you got, mate?
Well, only that I've just checked back in on Matt Campbell and David Evans, and this hasn't been a one for the ages, but Matt Campbell, whilst not putting in a stellar performance, certainly looked all the way through the game like he was most likely, and this is now looking very much like at least going to a noble leg. And if we do get a noble leg here, if Matt Campbell can hold his throw and force a noble leg, David Evans will have the darts in hand. So those just comments we made earlier on about that form of Matt Campbell and being able to find some of the visits we've had in this leg alone, visits of 44, 35, 65, like just not clicking at the minute for Matt Campbell.
Yeah. And Jim Williams has beaten Devon Peterson in a noble. Williams was in front, clawed back by the African Warrior, but ultimately the quiff gets over the line. Burnett in bother, Whitlock on the hill. Going back. Yeah, Phil, like I said, Phil, we're working on it 100%. Jacob said week 4 of the live league was good. No English players in Group A. Yeah, look, like we say, it's we're just trying to make it as best as we can. Look, for those that live in the UK, during August, we will probably see a largely UK-based field because, as Dan will testify to, accommodation prices in the UK during the summer holidays are rather expensive.
Noble leg in this game between O'Connor and Suljovic. William O'Connor has missed. I lost count of how many match starts he's missed there. I knew he missed double one 3 times. I think he's managed to potentially steal defeat from the jaws of victory here. But he has opened up, throwing for the match with a 1-3-4, and Suljovic can only respond with a 60. So whilst O'Connor has missed multiple match starts, he is looking way ahead in this last leg.
And also, Roby John is now warming up. It's not quite as easy as that, but we're working on some bits. The draw for the match play, is it 1 plays 16? No, so the 16 seeds get drawn against the 16 qualifiers. Radek Sedansky and Stephen Burton.
David Evans throwing for the match here. He's in this noble leg. He's got the darts in hand. And 1, 2, 3, 4. He's found 1 treble in 5 visits to the board. And Matt Campbell will just not let you do that because Matt Campbell takes out 20 and gets through that 6-5. And David Evans had a chance there, but as I say, he found 1 treble in 5 visits. Just couldn't get his scoring shoes on there. William O'Connor takes out 107 in order to snatch that noble leg. So both them noble legs that were in play are gone. William O'Connor played an amazing leg there. 134 ton, 60 ton, then took out 107 after Suljovic put the pressure on with a 180. Good finishes to those games, even if they were a bit lack getting going.
We will go to this one. It's halfway through, so we will watch Keane Barry, and then after Keane Barry, we will go to the Roby game.
Yeah, so just the other person, so we've talked about Ross Smith, who is kicking on now at 5-3 up. We talked about him getting back to 3-all after being behind. Ross Smith now 5-3 up. The next person in that list, in those rankings behind them there, we've got Whitlock that's come through, and Ricky Evans, who is now 3-0 up. So all of the players who are sat right behind Robbie John Rodriguez have come through their games, not only come through them, but coming through them looking really good. While I was talking there, James Wade has managed to crash out. What's that? He got 6-2. Wow. Not a great morning for James Wade.
No.
Tell you what,
Not
board
fantastic.
one is hard today, isn't it? Goodness me.
Oh, that's a game as well.
It isn't half, but go out of board. So yeah, you got. I mean, at the start of the day, Humphreys, Waits, O'Connor, Suljovic, Vincent van der Voort, Mitchell, Scott Mitchell, Alan Suter, Brian Wright. What a board! I mean, that's the board you don't want today if you're trying to qualify for the match play.
Yeah. Adrian Lewis to a piece on the stream at the moment. Roby John is underway. We'll keep an eye on that, and that will go to the feature game once this one is finished. Ross Smith has turned this game around against Mike the Decker. He was in a world of trouble, but Smudger has done the business.
He has. In a new shirt as well. I've not seen that one before. That's maybe me just not watching a lot, but he's, I don't think I've seen him in that shirt before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cardiff. Whitlock has won his first game against Richie Burnett.
Eddie Lovely takes the first leg against Roby John. And that was a break of throw. So Eddie breaks Roby John Rodriguez in the first leg of this match. Ricky Evans now 4-0 up and looking really, really sharp today.
Lencher's playing very well at the moment. Yeah, he is. He's playing some good stuff. Do you reckon Roby does his look at the crowd after 2 trebles, but to do it to his opponent on the Pro Tour? No, probably not on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I think he'll be feeling the squeeze today. I don't think there'll be a great deal of that going on for Rodriguez today. I think he will want to just get this done, because I think after one win today, he feels a lot better and a lot more comfortable about things. Until that win, I think he's going to be a little bit nervous.
Yeah. Ricky Evans absolutely obliterating Ron Moulenkamp. 5-0 at the moment.
Sean Wilkinson just levelling things up here against Adrian Lewis. Adrian Lewis not having it all his own way. Wilkinson levels. Adrian Lewis kicks off this leg with just a 78. And this one is not looking as comfortable as it did early doors.
No.
Madars Razma has gone within 1, and now has the darts in hand. He's throwing for the match here against Darren Webster. Rasmus down at 223 with Webster on 260. So Master's going to look to get close to set something up here. If he can find a 140. 82 leaves himself 141. Not a disaster with Webster right back on 260.
Yeah, and Barry Keane 4-2 up on Super Mario on our feature game. As we speak, Scott Mitchell was taking the opener against Vincent van der Voort on board 1. Ryan Meikle was taking the opener against Jeffrey DeJuan as well, as we were speaking there. What else have we got?
I tell you what, Peter Trescott up on board 6, 4-1 up on Martin Lukeman. That is a good start.
Yeah, very, very good.
Averaging out. Lukeman not playing amazing, but he's averaging 90. He's 4-1 up. You know, can't ask for much more than that.
No.
Eddie Lovely struggling in this leg for trebles. Rodriguez fell off a little bit, but the pressure just not on from Eddie Lovely as he sits back on 196 after 3 trebleless visits. Rodriguez down to 40, so we'll have 3 goes at getting rid of this to hold and go another leg closer to the match play. Madhusrasma gets over the line 6-3 against Darren Webster. Never looked in doubt, looked comfortable throughout there. Rodriguez struggling a bit though, missed. He's bust 10. Wow. He's really struggled there, Rodriguez, to put this leg to bed. He's had 6 starts to try and get this leg done. Eddie Lovely comes back for 56 and another break if he can take this 56 out. And he can. Eddie Lovely breaks Rodriguez again. Rodriguez yet to hold throw in this game. Eddie Lovely 2-1 up with the darts. This is going to be a rather interesting one and is surely the most watched game of the day, with everybody else relying on a big result from Eddie Lovely here.
Yeah. This would be a huge.
It does because what will happen, and I know these, I don't think anyone's going to pass Roby John today, even if he goes out in this first round. You know, that would probably require Smith or Whitlock, Ricky Evans, you know, to get to the final or win. I don't think that's going to happen today. But if Roby John goes out here, Smith, Whitlock, and Evans make it through 2 or 3 more games, then that makes tomorrow incredibly tight. Really, really tight. Because you could potentially have 3 or 4 players within £1,000 of each other. One of those players would be Barry Keane as well if he comes through this.
Yeah. Gob is in the chat room. Hope you are good, mate. I'm not sure if you had a look at the results today, but I think there was some discotheque dancing in Barnsley last night.
Yeah, everybody buying Roby John drinks. Another 10 tequilas to that man's table.
Jeffrey Deswan has one back.
Chris Dobie pulls one back after an unbelievable opening leg from Jack Main, who broke Dobie in the first game, averaging 115. Things have settled down, but Jack Main takes out 128 to break Dobie again. Jack Main breaks. What? I mean, first one average 115. He's took out 128 there. What a performance here from Jack Main. And then kicks his own darts off on 60 again. Like he seems to be playing some amazing stuff when Dobie's on throw, but can't quite do it to hold. Ricky Evans going from 5-0 up. Now just 5-3 ahead. Ron Muhlenkamp is fighting back. And Ricky Evans not looking as comfortable as he did earlier on now. And that came down on board 11 as well, Phil. That has swung completely the other way. With Adrian looking comfortable and Sean Wilkinson now throwing for the match, opening with a ton.
Yeah. And again, a first round defeat here for Adrian and the first round defeat for Roby John just keeps the chasing pack interested. Gives them hope.
It does, and Roby John on throw here is going to have to take out. He's got pressure on this 1-3-1 because he hits the 90, so he leaves himself 40, but he's missed 40 a lot in this game already. Eddie Lovely comes back for 86. Eddie Lovely looking for 86 for a 4-1 lead and another break of throw here if he can take this out. If he can't take the 86, Roby John back for 40. Oh, it looks like Eddie Lovely has missed the bull, leaving himself on 25. Robbie John comes for double tops, but that has not been his friend so far in this match. He does take it out, and he takes it out in one dart to pull back to 3-2, but remains a break down, and Eddie Lovely 3-2 up, back on throw.
On our feature game, Super Mario has completely spun this one around. Keen Barry was 4-2 up and in cruise control. Now, he's staring defeat down the barrel.
And he is potentially one less, if he goes out here, one less threat to those final spots as well, because there is that little cluster of Smith, Whitlock, Evans and Barry, who are the four closest to realistically have got the biggest chance if someone's going to cause an upset and nick one of those spots. That is more than likely where it's going to come from. Ricky Evans does get over the line 6-3, so inches himself further up. Jack Main now 3-1 up against Dobie. Goodness me, it is not going well.
What's going on here?
For the man from Bedlington.
And again, I don't mean this horribly, but when you consistently, if you look at the averages, they tell you the picture. Where has Jack Main pulled this from? We've seen nothing along these lines from him.
No, and some of that, the combination finishing felt like the ton plus finishing. I mean, again, it's one of those things where we know these players are capable of it, but too many of them do it in bursts. They do it, we see it occasionally. This is the sort of stuff that if Jack Main has got that game, the challenge for him is finding that game over 7-8 legs, and then being able to come and do it again in an hour's time. That's the challenge, because we know he can throw like that. Jose Justicia 6-3 over Brendan Dolan. Dolan didn't look in that for large parts, averaging 90, but never looked like that game was going anywhere but one way. Adrian Lewis forces a noble leg. We've got noble legs in the feature game as well, with Keen Barry and Super Mario. And we've had a lot of nobles today already.
To be fair, Sean Wilkinson has missed 2 match starts as well in that game. Just watched it on the stream there. And Adrian Lewis now has the darts.
Robbie John has managed to find a break back, so has got this game back on throw. On throw now at 3-all, opens with a 140. Eddie Lovely can only find a 68. So we have spun around very quickly in this game to Robbie John, now looking by far the most likely to come through this from this point.
It looks as if Keen Barry's faint match play hopes are diminishing. This has to be a maximum just to get him back into the leg. This was a game he was in control of, but not anymore. 82 is not enough.
Oh.
Super Mario has this game in the palm of his hands, but also on 15, Roby is back to 3-all, averaging 99. $110 for the match. Adrian Lewis has completed his comeback on the stream. I've just seen it go red.
Yeah, and that is a man who is going to feel slightly more comfortable than he did this morning, because Adrian Lewis, you know, could have fallen victim to a catastrophe today if he'd have got out in that first round, but just nudges himself to a point where you've got to feel he's not going to be caught now, Eddie Lewis.
Yeah. Yes, Harvey, Dave Chisnell does play today. He's won his first round game already.
Eddie Lovely has fallen off a cliff here. He got to 3-1 up and has not been able to do a thing since then.
Dobes is now in front. The Bedlington boys turn it around.
Yeah, I think normal service has resumed there. And being honest, I don't think that that Dubby's particularly stepped that game up really. I just think, giving him full credit, Jack Main did some outrageous things in those first few legs. Some superb finishing and some really high scoring. And Dubby, to be honest, has just been consistent, but looks to be taking control a little bit in that game there. Andrew Gilding 5-2 up, averaging just shy of 104. Another superb performance from him today.
Yeah, and again, the race for the match play. Adrian Lewis adds money. He's now over the 40,000 threshold. Really good game between Scott Mitchell and Vincent van der Voort on board one.
So just for the benefit of, I think me and you are probably of the same view on this, Phil, but just for the benefit of everyone that's not quite, Brendan Dolan's gone out in the first round in that 14th slot on 43.5. Do you think there's any chance on earth he's not safe now?
No, look, I think he's safe, but right now, if I'm a seed, he's one of the players in that draw that I want.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think since the where was I? I was there. I was in the building. Players Championship Finals, Blackpool last year. Brendan had a great run, a superb run, but hasn't quite managed to capture the form he had then. Since then, good player. He's got. I mean, he's a great player, Brendan. But I think, yeah, if you were to have your pick of who you wanted, he's probably going to be in your top three. I would have thought.
Yeah, he's. If you're a seed and you're looking at it, who do I want? Completely agree. Brendan Dolan would be in my top three.
Ryan Meikle, 6-1, gets the job done That's a game on board one, Phil. It's gone backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. Vincent van der Voort now 4-3 up on Scott Mitchell, but that has gone and swung both ways there. Board one, definitely the big hitters board today, I think. The one board I would not fancy playing on today, board one.
James Wade is out, some guys, unfortunately. Phillips Keen Barry needs at least a final tomorrow night. Yeah, right up against it. Jonathan Worsley is 3-1 behind. Again, not a game that's pulling up trees against Tony Martinez. In fact, it's bloody awful.
I'll tell you, speaking of bloody awful, that game on board 6, where we've got Danny Jansen is 2-0 up, but averages of 73 and 67, probably the worst we've seen today. And thankfully, they've kept that game from the stream boards, because that looks like a car crash of a match.
In fact, look, Ross is no spring chicken. I can't even label that he was out dancing last night.
I tell you what, I think
was
he? Dogs goes ahead, gets it back to 5-4. But Jack Main has done a great. Jack Main has played really, really well this game, and if he doesn't win, and I don't think he's going to, but if he doesn't win, this is the sort of game that he needs to kick on from. Fingers crossed tomorrow he's not playing Chris Dobie and plays somebody else that might not bash him off with 100 average. But Jack Main's played some really good darts and made a really tight match of this. What is Andrew Gilding eating these days? Parmos, that's my guess. That's my suggestion. Parmos on the daily.
I love that you can even think about that. Just come out straight. Parmos. If someone's playing well,
he's having.
He's on the Parmos.
I'll meet you for one in Whitby, Phil. We'll come for a farm. Get him up for a Parmo.
I tell you, on the stream board number 1 now, conflicting styles. You've got one throw that still looks as smooth as silk, and it's another that looks absolutely horrible.
It does at the minute. I tell you what, though, when they're chasing each other around for those doubles, my goodness, after 21 and 18 darts each, tell you what, this will be the biggest 170. Pressure on here, Robbie John. I know he's a break up, but sometimes these noble legs can only be a bit funny. The pressure does come on. He can't get the job done. Eddie Lovely. Can he force a noble here? He has done this before in this match where Robbie John's not been able to get out and finish his doubles, and Eddie Lovely's come in with a combination finish. Missed double tops, hasn't he? Double three. Oh, he take double three first start. That is cool from Robbie John. That is cool.
Jamie, yes, it looks like Jack Main will lose his tour card. He's a long way adrift at the moment. And bad news for the rest of the field. Roby John has added money. Vincent van der Voort beats Scott Mitchell 6-3. That was a good game. However, whilst in all the excitement, you know what's coming. Hi, Jar. The alarm has sounded.
I'll tell you what, that feels quite quite early that for a second round game. To be underweight in the second round, it feels like we must have just been having fun. It feels like that come around dead quick. That.
Yeah. We're flying through. Right, who are we going for? Who are we going for?
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of flying, board 5, Dirk DeVos, 4-0, 4-0 up on Richie Headhouse. Richie Headhouse averaging 97 and getting beat 4-0. Ross Montgomery lifts his average from mid-60s to mid-70s to pull 2 back on Danny Jansen and get that game back to 2-2. We have a Desmond on board 6.
2-2.
I know because he is a popular chap among the chat room and throughout the rest of Planet Darts, but warming up on board number 12, Matthew Edgar. I know we'll have a lot of people wanting to keep up to date with how he's getting on.
Yeah. How we doing, Johnny?
Matt Edgar, Phil, probably a good example. I know we've talked and we've said a lot of times that if you are going to lose your tour card, there has never been a better time to lose your tour card than now. Matt Edgar probably, across a number of different avenues, a really good example for that, isn't he? Like a player who has lost his tour card, but is managing to take advantage of all the different streams that are currently available at the minute for players who aren't tied in with the PDC, who aren't playing these events, and a real good example, I think, of how that world is at the minute for people that aren't necessarily tour card holders.
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, there's never been a better time for players without tour cards. And if you're 70-ish, to 128, I think you're better off not having a tour card. You can earn more money. You can put yourself in more opportunities by not having one right now.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting. It's a good problem to have for the PDC, because one thing it does do is it vastly spreads the depth of talent and the depth of, you haven't got a top 30 of the best players in the world and everyone's such a mile behind. There's loads and loads of depth in that top 100 of really, really talented players. And it's a good problem to have, but you've got to think it must have them scratching their heads from time to time, in that, there are players that are sat just outside of that top 75-ish, who for a lot of ways, if they're wired up that way to go out and be productive and do some stuff, there's definitely a case for them being better off outside.
Oh, completely. Look, and the PDC won't like this, because they obviously want all eyes on their product and their brand and everything like this. But like we say, there are avenues now for players that don't require the PDC to make money, which has never really happened before. Where you look at some of the travelling in the BDO and the WDF to a degree, you're having to go to a lot of weird and wonderful places for a lot of money outlay, travel-wise, in hotels, for not a lot coming back in. You're going there to pick up 1,500 quid, but you might spend the best part of £1,000 trying to get there, eating and living. So you're going there to win 500 quid in things like that.
Yeah, and a lot of that
there to make money, and good money, here in the UK.
100%, and I think a lot of the time, players were going to these events and doing, for beans, and not being a financial endeavour, and it was more about gaining experience, tournament experience, match experience, playing in different environments, different settings, and it was more about that to develop themselves so that they could then get to that bit where they could earn some extra money, and now they can do it all in one, which means you get players who have been in that circuit, or they then end up grabbing a tour card, and they're actually quite polished because they have played in tournaments and they've played in front of big crowds and they have done different. You know, they're not doing it for the first time just because they've got a tour card. I mean, and then it starts to really mix up. That, you know, every year when we get a load of new players that come in with a new tour card, just really mixes up that sort of everything under the sort of top 36 to 70 starts to people pick up a bit of a steam. It's great.
I'll tell you what, Raymond van Barneveld is getting absolutely battered. Jermaine Wattamena is averaging 103 and he's getting pumped 4-0 right now. That hope of the match play is diminishing by the second for Raymond van Barneveld. It was an outside chance anyway. Now it's an outside chance.
Yeah, I think we've talked a lot about Adrian Lewis and Rowby John winning their matches, and we forget that sometimes they have to focus on the fact that if no one else underneath them wins, they're safe as houses. Like, it does rely on, you know, Rowby John and Adrian Lewis can bomb out, but it relies on somebody underneath them to put a string of really solid victories together. Whilst we have had a couple of promising signs from people like Ricky Evans, Simon Whitlock today, we've also had some people that started the day with a bit of a shout who have not kicked on at all. Steve Beaton gets over, and that game has swung backwards and forwards, but on the stream board, Steve Beaton comes through 6-5.
Yeah, agreed. Just going to jump back into the chat room. Johnny says, all good, ill in bed with the Rona, but enjoying this. Our pleasure, mate. We'll keep you company whilst you're getting over the Rona. Hope everything is good. Anthony says, howdy boys, greetings from Ireland. Hope you are well, mate. Again, I like this one from Philip and completely agree. He said, we wouldn't be having this conversation if the PDC distributed the prize money more equally. Look, I'm with you there. I genuinely think on Pro Tours, you should get something, even if you lose first round. Even if it's a couple of £100, just to cover your expenses and whatever. And look, Matchroom obviously run the snooker as well. And we've heard people like Ronnie speaking out about the same in snooker. If you're a pro, you shouldn't be going somewhere and not getting something. You've still turned up for work. Could you imagine a teacher, I'm using your profession, Dan, obviously you're involved with education. Can you imagine saying to a teacher, you're only going to get paid if your kids pass their exams?
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine the unions would love that if we started paying teachers based on their exam results? They'd love it, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's it. No, it's not.
That's what I mean. There should be something. Look, I'm not saying they get a ridiculous sum for turning up, but even if first round losers on a Pro Tour, you get £200, which covers your expenses, so you're not out of pocket. And however, we'll come back to this in a minute. Barney has been bageled. Jermaine Wattamena has pumped Raymond van Barneveld 6-0.
What a performance there. Incredible that from Wattamena.
Matthew Edgar. We're going to go to Edgar TV prime time, but he's up against it.
And do you know what? He is fluffing his lines as well, Phil, because he had multiple darts to double to close that last game out and break. He is very much his own worst enemy here, Matt Edgar.
Right, back into the chat room but I'll say the tour card thing. Yeah, for me, it's all right increasing the prize money at the top, but that makes the rich richer. You have, like you say, you have to sort the bottom end out as well. For me, completely agree. Daniel says great coverage as always, guys. Mark Webster, a great pundit. Has he retired from playing? No, not officially. You may see Webby pop up and whatever. He played in the Welsh Open this year with a few of his mates because he lives up that way. So never say never. Are either of you heading to Blackpool? I'm at Blackpool for the whole tournament. Dan, are you still coming across?
I'm going to be there at some point. It's a bit of a challenge for me this year, like without boring everybody. The school holidays are late. So normally what happens is the school holidays, the first week of the school holidays, the first week of the match play. And it aligns really well with like my job and my wife's job, and I've got 3 kids. It like works perfect. And this time around, the school holidays are late. The match play falls slightly early, so the whole of the match play is in like term time. So it's a nightmare. I'm hoping to get through for a couple of days, maybe the weekends on the either side. People are taking a mick with resale ticket prices, which I've noticed was absurd. But I'm hoping to be there in spurts anyway. Maybe even if it's the weekends, either side and not through the week. But I'll be there.
People aren't going to pay those prices, and they'll drop in the end because people they'll still have to shift them. The players that have got the
people are still sat on tickets, but people are like I was looking the other day. People have got like standing tickets that they're trying to shift for 110, like 120, 110 quid. It's mad.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
John O'Shea off to a flyer, 3-0 up, Phil.
Yeah, Joker is 3-0 up on Jake Jones. So yeah, we'll be there. Talking about people without a tour card, Graham Hall got to the final yesterday. Yeah, Graham, really, really good player. Jake says
Saudi back tour. I'd be up for that.
To be fair,
I mean, Newcastle.
In effect, that's how the PDC started. It's no different.
We could have guest Newcastle players on. It'd be mega.
How about the players ranked below 64 in the PDC American Player and things like the Live League? Yeah, I'd be 100% up for that. But look, I understand why the PDC have that players contract and it's in there. They're protecting their brand. But would it benefit 64 down? I believe so, 100%.
And I think if you take a broader look at it, does it benefit the whole pattern? Does it benefit the PDC in the long run? Well, it does, because you get those players are going to improve. They're getting more experience. They're getting more tournament experience. They're able to come and travel to more events because they can afford to. Like it makes everything better. One hand washes the other, doesn't it?
Yeah, completely. Last 64 games underway as well. Simon Whitlock plays Ryan Meikle. That's going to be tasty. And again, in the race for the match play, can the Whitlock gate crash it? I tell you what, friend of the show, I've just looked on Twitter, is at the England National today in Brinsands. Shawnee Mack won his first game 4-1. Second round opponent never turned up. Then he's got 18 minutes ago, prep for last 64. I can't tell you how hot it is in here. He's gone back to his room. He stood in a bath full of cold water on his feet. I love that, Shawnee.
It is very warm today. It's uncomfortably warm. Uncomfortably warm in here because I have sound battles because I do have 3 kids running around the house getting up to all manner of mischief. And what that means is if I want to not have that coming through the microphone, I have to have like doors closed, window, conservatory doors shut. So I'm in this nuclear hot sauna in here so that you don't all have to listen to my kids running around causing mayhem.
Huge fan of that. Hendo Ryan Searle underway as well. Clearmacher has just beaten King on the stream. Mervyn King looks as if he's about to melt.
John O'Shea up to 4-0 up now and off to a cracking start over there. 5-0. Goodness me. Could John O'Shea be about to serve up a bagel? He's warming his toaster up.
What is your favourite bagel, Dan?
Oh, I'm a posh Anna. If for a bagel, I'd have to go something dead New Yorkie, pastrami and pickles and that sort of thing, mustard.
I must admit,
salmon and cheese maybe as well.
I had a salmon and egg bagel in New York. I no word of a lie. It could have been a main course at a restaurant. It was absolutely huge.
Yeah, they're unreal. There's a place on the, if I'm in, every time I go to London, I visit it. It's on Cricklewood Broadway, and it's a like overnight bagel bakery, and it's like it's unbelievable. I've been in London, I've driven to it just to eat a bagel, and then driven back out. Like it's just another otherworldly. If it's done right, it's amazing.
Hendo has taken the opener against Ryan Searle on board 7. Big John, well, medium-sized John now, looking fabulous. 1-0 to the good. Matthew Edgar is up against it, but needs to find a break of throw. He's on par here to get back within 1, but then needs to find something, needs to attack the Peter Burgoyne throw.
Yeah, and he's running out of chances, isn't he? Because he cannot make a mistake from here on in this match. He's got to win everything.
Is Jamie Lewis playing anything? Yeah, Jamie Lewis is playing in some WDF events I've seen. And Matthew Edgar gets back within 1, but this is the leg. Has to find something here. And is that the door open? Only 58.
Hey.
Can Time jump on it?
He's been given the chances. But he needs to find something a bit special. He needs to find 2 trebles at least. That is not going to help him out at all. Jamie Clark gets within 1. As does, and we've talked about the North Americans today, Jules Van Dongen goes 1 away, 5-3 up on Luke Peters. Could he be the second American through to the second round today after Danny Baggish went through earlier on?
Whitlock Meikle underway as well. The last of the 1-2-8 games are all in progress. Alan Suter, 2 up against Brian Roman. Suits not quite done it since the World Championships, has he? Not had the same heights, the same highs.
No, hasn't managed to find that consistency of putting performances together. Not since Matt Edgar out.
Good finish.
Out in the first round.
Right, we're going to go this one because there's a lot of love. A lot of our Aussie friends are in the chat room as well, and the race for the match play. Whitlock is still in there at the moment.
Jake Jones just mounting a bit of a fight back here against John O'Shea. Gets 2 legs on the spin to bring it back to 5-2. But you've got to think it's only a matter of time here for O'Shea. Kevin Duke's looking like he's going to become the second man through to the third round. 5-1 up, looking very, very comfortable. 20-point difference in the averages there. Looking like he is a banker.
Who got to the quarterfinals yesterday, has bombed at the first opportunity. But I'll tell you what, on board 7, Dan, there is a huge result brewing. John Henderson, averaging over 103, is spanking Ryan Searle 4-0. Searle only averaging 74.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a strange result. Just in the sense that it's not one. Ryan Searle has been, he's been playing a lot better than John Henderson for the last 18 months or so. And I didn't, to such a dominant performance. But these are the things that we said earlier on about John Henderson. Looked comfortable, looked confident, looked like he was enjoying playing darts. If he puts a few of these results together and he kicks on, then the direction of travel for John Henderson could change, and he could start to look like someone who might actually keep hold of a tour card. John O'Shea gets that job done 6-2. Damon Hector kicking on and goes 3-1 up as well. A few of them players just putting a bit of distance between themselves and their opponents.
Result as well, John O'Shea, the Joker, safely through, dispatching of Jake Jones. The Joker moves into the last 64. Again, absolutely tremendous today, chat room.
Nick Fulwell takes the opening leg against Peter Wright. Kevin Dukes does get that job done on board 4-6-1 and becomes the second man through, the second Dutchman through, along with Jermaine Watamina to round number 3.
Yeah, big moments here. Whitlock broke in the opener, holds to lead 2-0. Yeah, Jamie, Scott Williams does still have a chance, but right now I'd rather be in Whitlock's shoes than his, because although he's got a chance, you've still got a bridge over £1,000 just to get to Whitlock.
Simon Whitlock is a player, though, Phil, who has it in him to play his way through to a final today. Like, he definitely has that in his game. And it wouldn't shock you, if someone said, "Oh, Sam Whitlock got to a final." You're not going to, "Oh, wow." It's like, no, it's certainly something that could happen. And if, regardless of where Albert John finishes, if one of those players under him goes really deep and gets a final today, then we are in for some excitement tomorrow.
Yeah. So bangs a 167 to win a leg. Also, in the chat room, Dan says Josh Rock playing with new darts. Yeah, I think there is new mission darts.
Let's have a look. Oh, I quite like the look of them.
Maisie is very happy back home in Cork, and rightfully so. Dad's done a great job today so far, Maisie. This would be so Whitlock, this would.
Yeah, to just boss his way through to a final.
Yeah. Soups has won 6-3 over Brian Roman. Luke Peters also job done over Jules van Dongen in a noble.
Nick Fulwell goes 2-0 up over a Peter Wright, averaging just 75.
Has Peter changed darts, do we think, or is he just having a bit of a mare?
Interesting.
James Wilson, the jammy Dodger, sees off Vladimir Anderson in a noble. I'm just
that game
throw this
has been going on for a long time as well.
For you and the chat room, do we think the players are feeling it today? Look, it's baking. It's been 2 long days, hot days, draining days. It's baking today. We are seeing a lot of sub-80 averages, or certainly sub-80 and then low 80s today.
Yeah, we're seeing some strange results. Not strange results, but we're also seeing people seem to go up and down in games. People are getting off to really good starts and then falling off a little bit, and the reverse. There isn't, let's be honest, there's not piles and piles of pressure in there. There's only 4 or 5 of them that are playing within a realistic chance of getting to the match play. But you do think that it doesn't. I know it's not going to be a particularly comfortable environment. It's going to be boiling hot. We're 3 days in. Now, I know it sounds a little bit daft. I spent the week last night in I won't say which brand of hotels, but as all week last week with work, I was in hotels. And I stayed in one in Barnsley, and I think that there might be quite a few of these chaps in that hotel at the minute. And the air conditioning is garbage. And I had dreadful night's sleep 2 nights in a row because it was too hot in my room and the air conditioning wasn't very good. Like there's all sorts of funny little things that might be going on in the that have added to it just being hot and tiring and not a particularly comfortable day for some people.
Yeah. An insight from Laura, answering Dan's question. Joker's new darts released in September, but she's also said, yeah, John said it's disgustingly hot in there today.
Yeah, it will be.
Jamie Maisie,
No
is John O'Shea.
Then maybe.
What's that?
Maybe
mate?
it's no coincidence. Then I said maybe it's no coincidence that we're seeing top performances from the Australians here. You know, we're seeing Whitlock and Damon Hatter, like who've gone and turned down the air conditioning to try and get some extra heat in there, so that they're a little bit more comfortable than everybody else they're playing with, as they're acclimatized to that level of heat.
Yeah. Jamie, Maisie is John O'Shea's daughter. She always watches us.
Peter Wright levels back up 2-2. Martin Schindler 4-0 up, averaging 109 against Danny Van Tripp, who can do nothing with him at the minute. This is absolutely one-way traffic. And Jamie Hughes looks poised to take the last round 2 spot. Henderson over the line. John Henderson wins 6-3 against Ryan Searle and gets a fairly comfortable victory there, averaging 100 going through to the next round. Just as that was happening as well, Damon Hatter, another comfortable victory, 6-1 against Damien Moll. And Damon Hatter looking really good today.
Yeah. Gurney has one back against Kachuk. Heta, like we say, demolition job of Damien Moll, 6-1. Not his brilliant best, only averaging 89, or just about to clip 90. But Hendo is flying.
This one's looking finely balanced as well. Bod 10, Josh Rock and Johnny Clayton, both averaging really well and pushing each other along here. Nobody looking comfortable at all. It looks like it's going to go all the way, this.
Yeah.
Simon Whitlock averaging 105.
That's a good point.
Oh, my word.
Dozer didn't play today, did he? I haven't seen him.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't play. I've not seen anything. He's often, if he's not playing, often he'll stick something on Facebook or, whatever. But I've not seen anything from him at all other than that he wasn't playing today. 5-1 now. Whitlock up to 109 his average. That was an unbelievable leg he just threw there. And Ryan Meikle can only find a 46 to start off on his own throw here. So Simon Whitlock is looking an absolute banker for a spot in round 3, which puts more eyes on when he comes up, Rabbi John Rodriguez. because those underneath him are doing all the right things.
Yes, indeed. Josh Rock in control against Johnny Clayton on the stream. Whitlock one away as well.
Oh, I said some time ago that Jamie Hughes was right on the cusp of getting through, being the last man through to round 2. I've just flicked back then to find out that it's George Killington's pulled it back to 5-4. And he is making us wait to confirm our last match in the second round. He's not letting Jamie Hughes glide through as it looked for some time like he was going to. Just skipping up to board number 1, the board of death today, but Luke Humphreys not fazed by that at all. 3-0 up, even with Willie O'Connor averaging 100. Luke Humphreys once again looking very, very solid on a Pro Tour event. Simon Whitlock is going to get 3 darts from 68 here in order to seal this match up. Danny Baggish, 3-1 up. The American having a great game against Andy Bolton. And there we go, Whitlock through 6-1, looking great there as well. Simon Whitlock could go on a bit of a run today, I think. Let's have a look at who is he going to have to beat? Oh, there's a game, Phil. So, Simon Whitlock with that win has earned himself a crack at the 6-0 vanquisher of Raymond van Barneveld. He's going to play Jermaine Wattimena in the next match. Now, based on 2 players' performances today, that is arguably the pick of the next round, because those 2 guys have been absolutely dominant today. Between them, 6-0, 6-1, 6-1, 6-2 is the worst result they've had between the pair of them. So that looks like an absolute cracker. Dimitri Vandenberg having an absolute shocker as well. 4-0 down against Radek Sedansky. 4-0 is a long way back. Martin Schindler gets over the line, 6-2. Martin Schindler, another player who's looked comfortable today. Hasn't set anything alight, hasn't looked amazing, but has just looked comfortable. Peter Wright still up against it on board 11. Another result, not a result, sorry, the score. Not everybody might have predicted this early in, but Jim Williams takes a 3-1 lead over Nathan Aspinall. Number 6 seed, and Aspinall, a player who seems to be finding some of his previous form of late, but Jim Williams just edging his way ahead there. Just above that, Luke Humphreys now 5-0 up and is looking for another big result. Luke Humphries on an absolute tear lately in these Pro Tour events. And Danny Baggish, just another one to highlight, extends that lead over Andy Bolton. Danny Baggish 4-1 up. And Phil, it is a long time since we've seen some really positive results put together from Danny Baggish, isn't it?
Yeah, Nick Fulwell is one away from beating Peter Wright. But yeah, back to Danny Baggish. He's a very streaky player, isn't he? When he's on, he's on. But we don't see him on enough. When he is on, it's a joy to watch. But we just need to see more of it, more consistency from him.
Absolutely, and that's the key, and that is going to be the key for him to establish himself long term on the tour. Is just finding, it's too rare that he goes deep in these Pro Tour events. It's too rare that he puts 2-3 wins together in the same day. You'll often see Danny, 3-4 events. Luke Humphries, by the way, just sealed up 6-0, like absolute superb form from him. But Danny Baggish just seems he'll pick up a lot of first round wins, never quite enough of a run, 2 or 3 on a day to start nudging himself higher up that order of merit. That's just a strange one to keep drawing attention to. Sedansky 5-1 up against Dimitri van den Berg now, and clearing a path potentially to open that draw up a little bit today. There's some cracks appearing in that draw for people to go on a bit of a run, and we've got a noble leg, Phil, on board 10.
Yes, we have a noble on board 10. It is on the stream board as well. Johnny Clayton was behind. However, there may be a break opportunity in the decider for Johnny Clayton.
A quick dip into the chat room. Big Johnny, can I be controversial? Jim Williams isn't that good. It's not controversial. It's wrong. It's incorrect. Sorry, mate. He's very good. Really, really good at darts.
Clayton leaves tops after 12. Rock, I will tell you if he has missed the dart on the 108 or not. Dart Connect doesn't tell me that. I will tell you on the stream in a minute.
Oh,
Clayton wins. But did Josh Rock miss a match dart? And the answer is yes, he did. And is punished to the maximum as Johnny Clayton pins top second dart, 6-5 winner for the Ferret. And are we seeing Johnny Clayton just play himself back into some form? He was behind. He's averaged over a ton. Super, super stuff from Johnny Clayton.
Dimitri van den Berg puts 2 on the spin. Looking to try and come back here, but
from what Johnny's saying there, he says, "Oh yeah, he can play, but I don't think he's got it." I actually kind of agree with him there. I agree. I think Jim Williams is a very, very good player, but I don't think he's got that charisma to jump to superstar. Does that make sense? Because to go to that bracket, you have to have more than just being a good player. You have to do all the right things and whatever. And I think that's not just Jim, by the way. I think there's a whole list of players that are very, very good, but they need to learn the other bits of sport and entertainment. Have I worded that right?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'd go with that. I was just, the sweeping statement, he ain't that good. I think he's very good. He's really good at that.
Oh, yeah,
but no, I get that. I mean, that makes sense. I think you're right. There's a lot of people. Nick Fulwell dispatches Peter Wright. Peter Wright gone 6-4. Nick Fulwell comes through that. We've also got a noble leg up on board number 3, 5-all there between Ryan Joyce and Kevin Burness.
Yeah, Johnny, 100% Razma is in the same category. Look, Mathers Razma can play, but again, he's a tough watch to watch him play. But again, fabulous player. Philip says, really enjoyed the game between Clayton and Rock on the stream. Yeah, very, very good game. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Dimitri Vandenberg is out. 6-2. And dancing Dimitri is dancing his way back to his hotel.
He's dancing his way back to his hotel. I like that.
That's it. That's it for today. That's all we've got.
To be fair, Dimitri got away with it in round 1. I think his arms may have hurt last night from all the shapes he was making.
Sorry, I was just dealing with an intruder.
Suits against Vincent, and he is little and large.
Michael Smith very comfortable there, 6-1, straight through.
Yeah.
Chisnell averaging 115. Granted, it's only early, but off to a flyer against Matt Campbell, who seems to be slow out of the blocks today. Got through that first round match, but slow out of the blocks, and is again looking like he's having to work his way into some form again. Oh, Kevin Burness dispatches Wright. Joyce comes through that noble leg, finds double 3 with just 1 dart, and Burness wins 6-5. Kevin Burness having a good day today and looking quite strong.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Baggish is 1 away now as well. Because of the match play state, we're going to keep it. Wattamina against Whitlock will be the next feature game. Sod it.
I think it's the pick of the next round. Just based on the way the two of them have played so far today. They have both played amazingly well so far today. So I think that could be potentially an absolute barnstormer.
Yeah.
A slobber, if you will.
And the other stream board, again, little and large. Have they just picked the little and large combos for the stream?
They've lined everybody up. Is that right?
Yeah, right, yeah. It is. Curtin enters.
What have we got in the next round? Robbie John and John Henderson. Is that what we got?
Yeah, Curtin enters towers over Tony Martinez as Vincent towers over Suits.
Ross Montgomery finding himself 2-0 up early here on board 6. Nobody, again, is throwing particularly outrageous stuff other than, I suppose, Dave Chisnell, who's now averaging 107 in his 3-0 lead over Matt Campbell. But I do think, we've sat here a few days, Phil, we've looked over the course of the day at the averages, and we've seen lots and lots of ton plus averages and lots of people, going out with a ton plus average. Today isn't a day for big averages, is it? Today, what we're seeing is games being grinded out. Certainly, once they get into their later stages, it does seem like it's hot, it's tiring, it's not a great environment in there, and it's not making for some of the biggest averages we've ever seen.
Agreed. Teresa says, keeping up while wandering around a highly aircon supermarket feels genius right now. I like that. I'm a fan of that one.
We should be doing this from the fridge section in Lidl, shouldn't we?
Other supermarkets are available.
Correct.
Went full BBC there.
Yeah. Were you worried there about getting a strongly worded email from Sainsbury's later on?
more Morrisons, to be fair.
Yeah,
However,
I don't know if they're
Morrisons,
watching. I don't know if they watch the stream.
to be fair, the Morrison's deli salad counter, where you can do your own pasta dishes, is the best by a mile. The others are missing out a trick on not having that.
Game changer. But Asda's the best to create your own pizzas, so it's tough. Right, what's going on over here? Danny Baggish throwing for the match here. He's managed to find himself a couple of breaks ahead. He's languishing a little bit further back on this, but does have the dart, so he finds a couple of trebles here. Get himself from 270 up to anything close to finish. Oh, he only finds a 43 and has handed the initiative back to Andy Bolton. Now, if Andy Bolton can nick the darts here and throw... Oh, I tell you what, they are handing chances to each other backwards and forwards here. Got a noble leg on board 8. Krzysztof Ratajski and Scott Williams have gone all the way. They are currently 5-all. Danny Baggish needs 130 for the match.
Yeah, Dan just said there. I'll tell you what, Vince on the stream, it's like he's got the Nile running down the side of his head.
Looks like he's just got out of my paddling pool out the back.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny Baggish has gone very, very close there. Looking for 130. Danny Baggish takes 120, leaves himself 10. Andy Bolton's got 3 darts at double 15. Only needs one dart straight into double 15. So Andy Bolton ties this game up at 5-all, but importantly puts himself on throw in the noble egg. So Danny Baggish looking very comfortable at 5-3 with a couple of breaks and chances to win this match. He's missed a match dart, and Andy Bolton now on throw in this noble leg. In the other noble leg, Scott Williams has left himself the big fish. He only throws a 44. He's had a nightmare with that. Ratajski needing 104 to take this. 104 goals. Ratajski with a ton plus checkout takes out 104 to win 6-5 after Williams had a go at the fish and flushed his lines. But Krzysztof Ratajski through to the next round. Going back over to the other noble we got going on, Danny Baggish has not been able to find a treble in his first 2 visits. So Andy Bolton not only with the darts in hand, but now with a 120-point lead as well. So looking like he's just going to have to service out. Oh, slips a ton 40 in as well, Andy Bolton. So he's got himself down to 28 points with Baggish back on 286. So Danny Baggish fluffed his lines right at the end of this match after looking very, very much like he was going through. And that's it. Andy Bolton takes the 28 out with 1 dart, and that game is done. Looking back over at the World Matchplay race, Steve Beaton is looking poised to crush the dreams of the man who is in that number 17 spot, who, with a deep run, can put the pressure right on Adrian Lewis and Roby John Rodriguez. But Ross Smith is having to cling on here against Steve Beaton. Ross Smith needs to take out 161 to prevent Steve Beaton getting a go at the big fish here. Oh, and it looks Oh, Smith set himself up there. So Beaton got 170. Smith all the way down at 36. But Steve Beaton still a break ahead. So even if Ross Smith takes this out, Steve Beaton is going to have darts.
Gert de Vos has beaten Ricky Evans. Rapid departs.
This it is just looking at this part in the space of about 10 minutes here. There's just a few of these people who are right on the edge of a match play qualification who are becoming unstuck. Steve Beaton wins, takes out 88, 6-3 that victory was over Ross Smith. So in the space of 2 minutes, we have lost numbers 17 and 19 in that race to the top 16. So realistically, today, the only people who can go deep and put real pressure on is just Simon Whitlock and Vincent van der Voort. Now, the second one of those guys up on board one is now looking incredibly unlikely, as an averaging 105 Alan Suter goes 4-1 up on the stream board, and Big Vincent is looking like the next to fall, and that will mean that between the rank of 16 and 31 in that race to the match play, everybody will be out other than Simon Whitlock.
And also that Vincent van der Voort game, I've got it on here. He missed 3 clear darts to go back to 3-2 and put the game back on throw. Big moments there, and Vincent missed them. Ian White sees off Madas Erasma, 6-3 on board 4.
Oh.
What about Scott Williams? Yeah, look, most unlikely he's going to make Blackpool now. I've got a funny feeling that Whitlock Watamina is being saved for a stream because it's been warming up for a long time for no particular reason why it hasn't gone right.
In terms of the match play qualification, really, it is the only game with any significance now, because we have just in the space of 15 minutes, we've lost everybody that would have put some extra pressure on today. Now, that does mean
that's stream.
Yeah, I think it's the main event essentially now, that game, because if Robertson and AD Lewis put a couple of the wins together, then we can really shut down the chance of any real excitement. But if Whitlock can put 2-3 more wins together here, things are going to get very exciting.
Right, we've put Roby as feature at the moment, but if Whitlock Watamina doesn't go to the stream, we will put that back up there. Remember, the race for the match play is huge. But, Whitlock and Watamina has just disappeared completely.
How bizarre.
We may have an iPad function. Or has Daryl Gurney been at it again? Someone get Super Chin away from the iPad.
What my guess is there is they've moved the board one there. They'll have moved it to the stream board. So they're logged out of their iPad to go into the other one.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think that is going to be streamed. Chisnell beats Matt Campbell. Also, James, a great point there. Hendo and Beaton finding form. Absolutely. Look, we said it yesterday that Hendo is fighting for his life on that tour card, and it's great to see.
I've also never met a darts fan in my life that doesn't enjoy watching Steve Beaton win matches.
Yeah.
Like, everybody likes Steve Beaton. I've never met anyone that doesn't like to see Steve Beaton do well. So when he starts to put 2 or 3 wins together, it is quite a lovely thing because everybody on Planet Darts loves it.
Yeah.
John O'Shea doing the favours here. 2-0 up, and there will be some people watching this match who are very, very pleased to see that. Probably a certain Mr. Whitlock.
Yeah.
Alan Suter down to 181 now after a max, and is edging his way very, very close to getting over the line here and putting Vincent out, along with arguably his chances at a match play spot.
And to be fair, this is probably the best we've seen Suter play in a long, long time. Peter going 4-2 up on Dobie.
Dobie,
yeah, JDC wins.
He's hard, isn't he, today, Chris Dobie?
But not necessarily. He could win it and still not get in, depending on the draw. Roby could get to the final as well, and that would be enough. So, look, it's massively out of his hands at the moment. He's still relying on everyone else. Do I think he's going to get in? No. Ricardo Petresco
goes 3-0 up. 3-0 up the Joker, and that is another break of throat. Robbie John Rodriguez is up against it, and his spot is becoming under threat again.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Suits has missed multiple match starts here, and Vincent holds. Nick Ford's playing
He's going to need something special.
But Clearmack has levelled against Lewis.
Tony Martinez having a great day today, Phil.
Yeah. Whitlock playing well. Yes, he is. He's scrapping for his life.
Hopes now with John O'Shea. Yeah, I think the Australian contingent, a lot of our chat room here, very, very much wanting to see John O'Shea kick on and dispatch Robbie John here, I think, because I think all of our Australian fans know that John O'Shea winning this match is the biggest help to Simon Whitlock. And that 4-0 extension of his lead will put the Whitlock fans off their seats, I think.
It will get them believing again.
There is hope for Whitlock. Definitely. Definitely. We called it earlier on today. He was the most likely to do something today and put some pressure on. Now, I think this Watamina game is huge. But if he comes through that, and Robbie John goes out here, then this could get very interesting.
Yeah, Suits has left 24 after 12. More match starts incoming. Vincent's on a finish It's a biggie, but he's on a finish. Remember, Suits has already fluffed his lines once. Is he going to fluff them again? No is the answer. Vincent is out. So for the rest of the day, all eyes are on Simon Whitlock and Roby John.
Chris Dobey is on the verge of defeat. Pete Burgoyne needs double 6, and he's took double 8 out 6-2. Chris Dobey is done.
Gob says Kyrgios Whitlock double, please. I would love Kyrgios to win Wimbledon today. I'm not even going to hide the fact. Yeah, stream board 2. Whitlock Watavina. Shock.
Hey, I'll tell you what would be interesting, Phil, and this could happen today, right? But we could have a final that is Simon Whitlock against Damon Heta for Simon Whitlock's spot at the match play.
It's a very cynical way of thinking, Dan.
But that could happen. We could have a final today in which Simon Whitlock has to beat Damon Heta, who is very safe and secure in his spot in the match play, in order to get to the match play. And I think that would be amazing. And you know what? Looking at the draw, it's not an outrageous prediction that for a final today.
No, I agree. Jamie says Boris is flat. That Boris Koltsov is playing under a neutral flag because he cannot represent Russia. The same as in many sports, they haven't banned Russian athletes. They just cannot play under a Russian flag. So it's a neutral flag that Boris is playing under. John O'Shea will want to see this 104 go if he gets a go. Will not want to invite pressure, and there's pressure. Oh, John O'Shea, that is majestic. And that sends the Simon Whitlock fans delirious. Big moments. Is the race for the match play going to take another twist today? Adrian Lewis has beaten Martin Clearmacher 6-4 on board 11. Koltsov is 5-3 up on Justicia. Gilding 3-0 up on Luke Peters. But we're waiting for the stream game to kick in because all eyes will be on that. Ricardo Petresco has just beaten Ross Montgomery 6-4. And John Henderson against Steve Beaton warming up in the last 32. Huge for both men, not for the match play, but the tour card race. Dan, I think, have you muted yourself?
There we go.
There we go. We can hear you again now.
That's all right. Yeah, I think both of those players, Henderson and Beaton, they're relatively fortunate just in the way that the draw went today. And obviously they've both played their matches and come through. But, you know, for one, guarantee one of them is going to get to the last 16 today, which is even if that is the end of the line for today for them, but it is a good run for both of them in one of these events, isn't it? And it is done. John O'Shea beats Roby John Rodriguez 6-1, And now is when things get interesting.
Yes, indeed.
Because now there is the spot grab.
Is out. So, look, Simon Whitlock still has to win his games. A semi-final for Whitlock today would put him within £1,000. A final for Whitlock today would put him into 16th.
But that just, even then, the semi-final, if that it makes tomorrow, even if he doesn't get over the line, it makes tomorrow very, very tight, doesn't it? Very stressful for everybody.
I know we don't usually do this because it's a stream game, but because of the importance for the match play, it is going as the feature game.
Andrew Gilding again off to a good start. He is having 4-1 now. What a run he's on at the minute.
So, devil's advocate for you, Dan, and the chat room. Let's say worst case, Whitlock falls today. Can he make up £3,750 tomorrow?
No, well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because the distribution of the amounts, he's got to do a final. That's the only way he can do it. There's not enough money in those first 4 rounds to get close to a swing, anything like that to make it up. He's got to do a final. Now, if he gets to a semi today, then he can almost put himself in a bit of a shootout tomorrow with Robert John. But he's got to do it today. It's too much to just do it from tomorrow. It's not close enough.
Huge moments coming up. How are we doing, Dave? Hope you are good. Oh, and he's broken in the opener. What's going on here? We'll check out the 64 finish. It was last start in hand. We will tell you how he did it shortly. Jamie Clark has beaten Kim Hybrex on board 16, but the Wizard steps up. Single 16. Is it another one, or it is single 16, and pins the double 16.
He's done it under pressure as well there with Watamina just looking for 20. So he's done that under some amount of pressure as well in that opening game.
Yes.
He's happy. He's celebrating as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Look, he knows. He knows the importance of this.
Yeah, and he's up for it, which is great. That's like you want it to be.
Oh, Jermaine, what I mean is hit 9. Please be 3 treble ones. Which we'll have a look at the stream in a minute. Whitlock hits a 180, and then what I mean hits 3 treble ones would be brilliant. No, it's not. Single one, 7. Yeah. Hendo takes the opener against Beaton. Dave says, what's Barney's chances of making the match play?
About the same as mine at the minute.
Slim to none.
He needs a miracle. Like, in all honesty, what he needs to win tomorrow.
He can't do it.
Is it now impossible?
12 grand for the winner. No, he can't do it. Even if he wins and everyone else wins nothing, he'd be £250 short.
Yeah, it's not going, is it?
So, no. And of course, it was Watamina who spanked Barney. Big moments here. Whitlock started like a train, but the scoring boots
1-1-7.
runs. What I mean, I can't punish. Big moments here for Simon Whitlock.
No, it's big that all 3 darts it took him.
Last dart in hand. Oh.
He's grinding it though, isn't he, Phil? It's not that the key for Whitlock here. It's not just banging in the 180s and dominating. He's going to have to grind some of these games out, and he's just got to do enough to win and get the points on the board at the minute, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's gone out. I think has he gone outside twice? Yeah, he's gone outside twice, and then got it with the last one. A good adjustment as well. And he is, Simon Whitlock is all fist pumps, and he is well up for this. That's going James Wilson involved in another gritty affair for all. Super Mario flicking back. Andrew Gilding looking really, really strong. 5-1 up now against Luke Peters. Jamie Hughes 3-1 ahead. 4-1 now as I speak there. Jamie Hughes 4-1 up on Darius Labanauskas, and John Henderson just edges another one ahead to go 2-1 up on Steve Beaton. Now, that is a hold. It's a hold, but John Henderson kicks off with a 180 against the dart. So Henderson playing well and looking to kick on. Ian White 2-0 up against Kevin Dukes, who's also had a great start to the day. So some interesting bits. Andrew Gilding seals that game 6-1, books his spot in the last 32. Which is, if we're honest, and we're having a look at the last 32, there are some names in there that I would not have picked this morning. Already some of the guys that are getting through. So we could see some really surprising, very surprising names at the back end of this tournament today.
Of course, as Juanita says, if Whitlock could get to the final, he goes into the final day in that 16th spot, and then he just has to stay ahead of Roby.
Just a shootout, isn't it? Just a straight shootout tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I know I'm fantasy booking, but I'm just trying to have a look and see what that route could potentially look like.
This is a big leg because Jermaine is just playing better the last couple. And just Whitlock just needs to keep him at arm's length. Don't let him get level. And that's a slip. Whitlock will be pleased to see that. That just makes this 74 a little bit easier.
Big darts here. Big hold this for Whitlock if he can hold it. 4-4 again, which is what he won his last leg that he won. Oh, no. Come inside that at the end again. Oh, wow.
Big moments. We will look on the stream whether it's the treble route or does he hit the ball.
That is a big break of throw.
We'll let the stream catch up. It's the bullseye route as well. Simon Whitlock is putting his fans through the mill here. And 2 troublous visits. It's advantage Watamina. It is now. Is it all going wrong for Simon Whitlock?
Jimmy Hughes goes within 1, 5-2. He's just got that. Steve Beaton wins a couple on the spin to get himself ahead 3-2 in that match where John Henderson was looking at kicking on. So that game is going back and forth, really, really evenly matched, which I think we know they are at the minute on form.
This 1-4-3 may have to go. Oh, Simon.
Oh,
He is
oh, Damon Hector. 6 perfect darts for Hector there, and then couldn't quite slip the next ones he needed. At least 6 perfect, maybe 7 perfect darts.
Simon Whitlock needs just to find something here. The first 2 legs were brilliant, but he's let Watamina back in here. Needs to stop the flow of Watamina. But we saw, Dan, from Watamina's demolition job of Barney, once he's on one of these rolls, it's hard to get rid of him.
Absolutely, but arguably Simon's the same in that sense. Is both of them sort of play themselves into a so because they're such heavy scorers, the pair of them, they play themselves up to that level now. But in the same sense, sometimes when they drop off, they drop off. And what I mean is they're not finding a treble on the open. Whitlock definitely got the initiative here, but it's just a hold, and Whitlock needs to find something against the throw now. Oh, that's a cracking match just kicking off as well. John O'Shea against Nathan Aspinall.
Like that.
Some really intriguing matches. Hector now 5-1 ahead. Damon Hector looking the absolute boss again today. And speaking of people who just consistently look amazing on Pro Tours, Luke Humphreys 3-0 up. Alan Suter, people must be playing Luke Humphreys at the minute thinking, what the hell do I have to do? Because Alan Suter averaging 103 and 3-0 down.
Sorry, Simon Whitlock fans, that is outstanding from Jermaine Watamini. He's gone 180, 157, pin 6 in 1 for a break of throw. And it is 4 legs on the bounce for Jermaine Watamina. Simon Whitlock is in a world of trouble. Roby John may be the happiest man in Barnsley right now. What has Whitlock got left?
Steve Beaton finds a break to go 4-2 up, and Steve Beaton definitely on the move today. 5-2 up now, Steve Beaton.
Hector wins 6-1 against Jack Voss.
Comfortable as well, 103 average. Another man with 103 average is Luke Humphreys, who's now 4-0 up on Alan Suter. Nick Fulwell takes the first leg against Adrian Lewis. Nick Fulwell has looked superb today and is now looking to dispatch another former world champion to add to his list of vanquished former world champions today.
This has to go. Whitlock breaks back.
It's a big break. It's that bigger break. It should have a John Virgo waistcoat on it.
Where's the cue ball going? Where's the cue ball going?
Big break was mint, wasn't it? It was brought cool.
Yeah.
What a brilliant shot. Get that brought back.
But Whitlock broke back. However, no treble in his opening visit.
Alan Suter with a leg on the board, which seemed only deserved the way that he's playing, just being pushed around at the minute by Luke Humphreys. Johnny Clayton goes 3-0 up, averaging 105. He is now starting to look like the ferret that we all know. And John O'Shea grabs a leg back to draw 1-1 with Nathan Aspinall.
Jamie Hughes has beaten Darius Labanauskas. Whitlock is at the point of no return.
Oh.
Even now.
And that is not what he wanted to see from Jermaine Wattimena either.
No. Whitlock
not
hoping.
Piles of pressure.
Playing. Simon Whitlock needs to win 3 on the spin. And the issue, Dan, is 2 of them would be on the Wattimena throw.
Yeah, and Wattimena's, Wattimena, his throwing, that is very positive from Simon Whitlock. It was also unlikely because Jermaine Wattimena's first 9 average today is 109. His scoring has been really, really good today. And there we go. That's where Jermaine Wattimena's scoring has been at today. Simon Whitlock really, really up against it. I think a lot of us really wanted to see him go on a run today to make things exciting, but it is now looking almost inevitable that Jermaine Wattimena will cruise through this game. While that was going on, John O'Shea broke Nathan Aspinall for a 2-1 lead. And John, the Joker goes ahead 2-1 after breaking the Aspinall throw.
Game over. Simon Whitlock's match play hopes now dangle by a thread.
Well, they depend on a win tomorrow, really, don't they?
Yeah.
There's not much else he can do other than turn up tomorrow and win the day.
Or if Roby has to lose first game tomorrow.
Yeah.
To give the hope.
And don't forget that Adrian Lewis is still, for the moment, in this tournament. So he could very much stitch up that fact. He could make sure today that there is only one slot available.
I think there's only one slot available now anyway. I don't think the rest get to Adrian Lewis. I think tomorrow it is a one-play shootout. I tell you, we were questioning, Dan, whether Johnny Clayton made the right decision to stay.
Yeah, look at it, 106 average, a 5-0 up. Like, yeah, he's turned it on, hasn't he?
Yeah. The ferret maybe just be doing the right things.
Yeah, but interestingly, just with the draw as well, I think that, in terms of, whilst some players have played better today, if you look at who we've got left in this tournament, where are your big players at we've got left? We've got Michael Smith and Johnny Clayton playing on boards 9 and 10. So we're not going to get, both of those names at the back end of today. So again, I just think the way things have opened up and the way the draw's gone today, and those that are and aren't playing, we're in for potentially seeing some interesting names towards the end of this tournament today.
Yeah, as James says there, it's nearly impossible for Whitlock. Yeah, for Lewis. Sorry, if Jackpot misses out on the World Match Play now, it's Rachel Riley has worked out the calculations for this.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Phil, that's a feature of the stream that I wouldn't argue against. If you could tee that up for Rachel Riley to come on and do all the maths for us, that'd be ace.
Let me just DM her on Twitter, see if she replies.
Yeah, I was going to say tweet her, see if she fancies it tomorrow for the last day.
Yeah, Rachel, I know you're probably busy on a Monday. However, we've got some countdowns of our own that we want you to work out. How funny!
Christoph Kachuk putting in a very, very solid performance there. Well, is he or isn't he? Averaging 90, 4-0 up on Luke Woodhouse, who can only find a 75 average. And we are just getting into that part of the day, Phil, when those who are being affected by, lack of sleep and heat and things that aren't going their way and tiredness and everything else, that this is the time of day when that starts to affect everybody, and we might just see some slumps here and there in form, even from those who have been at the races, so to speak, this morning.
Well, I'm just looking at the averages now. That we have a lot of capable players that we've seen do astronomical things, but I'm seeing a lot of 80s, low 90s, 70s. I think the discotheque may be taking advantage.
Yeah, it's on the slip. Luke Humphries fights off a bit of a resurgence there. Luke Humphries got to 5-0 up and looked flying like he's done all day. Alan Suter did start to mount a comeback, but just too little, too late, and left himself too much to do. And Luke Humphries makes short work of him and gets through once again to the final 16 players today.
Yeah. Here we go, Dan. What do we reckon? Johnny Clayton wins today. Does he go home?
It depends if he's working tomorrow, doesn't it? It's a Monday. If he might be due at work at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he might have no choice in the matter. I think it's probably. What is he staying for? If he's because I sort of get, Johnny hasn't been in. He's been in good form. He hasn't been in the best of his form. He hasn't been playing to the levels at which he knows he can play, and we know he can play lately. And I understand him sticking around just to get more game time in, just to feel like essentially what he's doing is he's having extra practice, isn't he? He can go home and he knows his form's not where he wants it to be. Does he go back to Wales and practice there? Or does he play here and practice in a competitive environment? And then, arguably that's the right thing to do. I think it'll depend how he feels in terms of that. I think if he feels that his form's playing well and he's had a good day today, then he could just get in the car and blast himself back over to Wales.
Back to Pontyberem.
It's also lovely weather. He's got, family, like, does he want to go? If someone offered me a day off tomorrow, if someone said to me, do you fancy a day off tomorrow and stop at home with the family and the weather's nice, I'd probably think, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind, yeah, if I can. There is that, there is that ability to have that decision and control your life a little bit, isn't there?
Yeah. What else have we got going on here? Peter McGowan has just seen off Radek Zdansky 6-3. To be fair, I'm going to do him a massive disservice here. I forgot Bully Boy was still in.
He's gone under the radar today, mate. I have to keep reminding myself that he's here and that he's there. And like I mentioned a while ago.
Yeah.
Now, but what is really interesting is he's, as I say, him and Johnny Clayton on boards 9 and 10. Like only one of them's going to go deep today, but he's very, very much, Michael Smith, gone under the radar. He's done absolutely nothing spectacular other than in a very professional manner, just closed his games out and won them.
Yeah. Martin Schindler is also one away on board 6. Everyone, thank you very much for joining us as always. We are going to grab a quick ad break in a minute so we can go to the loo and everything as well. Just going to tee up. Yeah. Probably after this one has finished, we'll grab a quick ad break so we can go for a call of nature. Dan can make sure the kids are all right and haven't drowned each other. Or is that?
I can see through the conservatory window. I just make them all out in a paddling pool. And, yeah. Mr. Simpson's supervising. They're not just all out there in the pool on their own. We're not that bad as parents.
Yeah, you haven't gone for the McCann school of parenting.
No. We're trying at least some sort of passive supervision. If it's be all right. Kevin Burnett is having a great day today, and Andrew Gilding is having an outrageous day. So there, Phil, on board number 8, Andrew Gilding. I've ranted and raved I've read about him all day because he's been amazing today. He's 3-0 up now on Krzysztof Ratajski, and he is just having another absolutely banging day today.
Yeah.
Really solid performance
in this leg. Could be the end of the road for John O'Shea, but again, another good day for the Joker. More valuable ranking money to that tally of his. Remember, he's only in the first year of his tour card, so it's been good. Martin Schindler has beaten Ricardo Petresco 6-2 as well, and
this is where it's important, like we were saying earlier about people leaving it late in the year to try and catch back up on tour cards and qualification. If you're in your first year of a tour card and you can consistently put runs just 2 or 3 games together in these, you do just build a base so that you're not under as much pressure. You haven't got that urgency in that second year of needing results. You when you get the results and they come and you get in some form, it's great. But you're not playing constantly every time you come to one of these events thinking, God, if I don't do this, I can't keep my card. It's so important in that first year to build a stable base, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And Aspinall sees off the Joker. We said, now that one is all done and dusted. We are going to grab a quick ad break so we can go for a call of nature. Everyone join us on the other side of the ads and we'll see you all in about a minute. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are, Players Championship 20 and the race for the Betfred World Match Play. It's been some day so far, twists and turns, and it all hinges on tomorrow. Roby John is in control of that spot, but not done and dusted quite yet. Thank you very much for joining us today. Superb as always. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. As we went to the ad break, Nathan Aspinall sees off John O'Shea. Good game between the pair, though. We're going to go. We'll have a look at Michael Smith now. He hasn't been on the feature game yet. Gezi didn't play today. He done and dusted. He went home to rest up. Andy Bolton has just seen off Jamie Clark 6-4 on the stream. Andrew Gilding is 3-1 up on Ratajski. Probably going to be 4. Or is he going to miss doubles? Are they both going to miss doubles? Just catching up on the stream now. Well, both Ratajski and Gilding missed a handful of darts in that leg. But it is it is Gilding who leads Ratajski 4-1. Adrian Lewis, Nick Fulwell, 4 apiece. Yeah, look, I'm interested to see how many of the big guns are there tomorrow. The Premier League players. A lot of them have done 3 days. Is that enough for them? Do they need to play the final day? It's going to be interesting to see how many are in and around tomorrow. I think there could be some gaps as Boris Koltsov defeats Kevin Burness 6-4. Good day for both. But it's Koltsov who makes the last 16. Jamie Hughes has one back, but he still trails Chizzy 3-1.
There we are.
He's back.
I just had to have a quick argument with my coffee machine before I could get... It didn't want to work as quickly as I wanted it to.
Yep, Johnny is still in today. He's playing some good stuff today as well. I reckon they may hold the last 16 and all go at the same time, which I don't mind, to be fair, because you can just line them all up and off you go.
Yeah, what it does is it tends to be sometimes when you start to get, at this time of day, when you start to get some games ahead of others, that's when you start to get the gaps get bigger and bigger and bigger. If at some point you don't pull it all back together, don't they? You have to flatten it out a little bit.
Yeah.
What's going on then?
Chisnell 4-1 up on Yozza.
Right, Adrian Lewis is going to get matched darts. He's going to get 3 darts to get rid of 32 to move past Nick Fulwell. What do you think, Phil, the next 2 or 3 years has in store for Adrian Lewis? Because looking there, just inside the top 40 on the order of merit at the minute. What do you think he plays his way back up into that top 32 seeding spots?
I don't know is the honest answer, and I think genuinely only Adrian Lewis can answer this. look, he has the ability which has never been questioned. I know, obviously, his wife wasn't very well for a lot point and stuff like that. So I think Adrian's at the same point as Gary almost, where Gary said it. You can't be a full-time pro and pick and choose as much as they do. Yes, you can miss the odd tournament to recharge your batteries, but the days of missing a lot, I don't know, is the answer. And is that desire within Adrian? Is the fire there? I know he said it in an interview and whatever, but I'm not sure. And
I think
I'd love
the depth of talent in that top 40 is just got so much better in the last few years that you do have to work so hard and play everything to make sure that you keep that spot in there, because there's so many people in there that will just go and run away and they'll grab 2 or 3 players championships. You know, they'll just grab bits and pieces. So much talent and so much depth. You're right, unless you're turning up and you're not picking and choosing, you're turning up and consistently playing well all the time. It's so easy just to slip outside of that. And once you stop getting invited to those big events, and once you stop getting seeded, you know, we've seen what it's been like for Gary in the games that he's getting in the Players' Championships there. Like, it just then makes it so much harder. Again, no matter how good you are, you're still playing, you know, top professionals, aren't you, consistently?
Yeah, it's tough, and we've seen recently Adrian, when he's on, it's as good as it's always been, but the consistency isn't there at the moment. And I would love nothing more than see Adrian Lewis back. When he's on, he's still a top 8 player, and the fans' favourite, but needs to strike a balance of home life, work life, and needs to make it work for him.
He's also amazing to have at big events when the crowd's full. Amazing addition to big events when the crowd's on.
Yeah.
Having him not there is a big miss, I think.
Oh, completely. And we saw that at the Players' Championship finals. That Snakebite is a very fans player. They love him. However, he picked a fight with Adrian Lewis on the stage, and Peter Wright got booed. That says how much the fans love Adrian Lewis.
Yeah, I was in the room that day for that. I was there. I was in the room and watched it in person. But all weekend, that crowd was lapping up Adrian Lewis. Or every game he came out and played. And it does, and he has that ability. He has that ability to whip a crowd into an absolute frenzy. There isn't loads of players on the circuit that can do that in the way that he can to that level. You know, there's just not that many. Right. And it comes back to, like we talked about, players, you know, with the ability to understand finding where that balance is, where yes, it's professional sport, but we have to sell tickets, and it's also the entertainment business, and and Adrian Lewis really gets it, and he has a really niche ability to just be able to whip up a stadium full of people into a complete frenzy.
Agreed, 100%. Which is why I'm absolutely buzzing he's been Blackpool.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. That's that's what everybody wants to see, isn't it?
Because the Winter Gardens will be rocking. When Pig Bag hits, it will be amazing.
Hey, just having a quick look there, Phil. Michael Smith, 2 games away from moving up to number 3 in the world.
Yeah. we were saying though, I don't think there's much. I don't think there's a lot in it. I don't think it makes much difference if you're 3 or 4.
Yeah. That's, it's so tight at that end, anyway, isn't it? You know, you and it does. It's really is it if every seed wins in the way that, you know, we sort of think that they won't. They're not going to win all the time, all 4 seeds. It's just the quarters of those draws, isn't it? Whether you're in the top or the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just checked the Wimbledon score.
Is Kyrgios winning?
He's a set up, yeah.
Oh, come on, Nick.
Yeah, very. I just flipped over to BBC Sport. I mean, other sports websites are available.
I just want to see all the posh, snobby ones at Wimbledon and the All Lawn Tennis Association when they have to give her a life membership.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Andrew Gilding has seen off Ratajski on the stream.
Peter Porcoin is having some day, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's having a cracking day today.
So Jamie Hughes was getting battered by Chizzy, but he's dragged himself back into it. Philip says potential repeat semi-final right in MVG then. Yeah, look, and right now it's intriguing for different reasons. Last year, Peter Wright was playing better than I've ever seen him play. This year, you go into it, Wright not in form, MVG recovering from surgery. It has a different dynamic, but still intriguing.
Do you think that surgery is going to have any effect, Phil, by the match play?
I don't know is the honest answer, which is why I'm interested to see his first round game.
Yeah.
Will Simon Whitlock get to a final tomorrow? Right now, I would say no. I think today was his opportunity. The way it was all working out, I think today was the one. Oh, they've done well here. Streamboard 1, Michael Smith against Johnny Clayton. Yes, please.
Marvellous. I mean, it's the pick, in it, really, of the
Yeah, Johnny, I agree. Great. Lewis in full flow was the best player ever to watch. Him and Barney to the 08 to yeah, majestic. It was. Lewis in full flow is just unreal. Chizzy back in front. But Hughes down to a finish first. Are we heading to a noble on board 14? The other one, the street board, is also underway. I think it's Hetter and Schindler. Yep. Shindiggity. Yoza tees up tops to send us all the way.
Oh, not a great deal of pressure either.
Ferret can in. And we are going all the way. What's Chisholm got? Starts with a 140. Yozza needs to match it or better.
Solid that from Chisholm, isn't it? Just keeping him at arm's length. Basically forcing him to hit 180s to stay in with a chance.
Yeah, ton's not enough.
No. If he can get himself down to a finish here, Dave Chisnall.
Again, Yozza's counting has to be good here. And
there
it is
you
very
go.
good.
Well, you've got to think Chisnall's going to try and leave hand. He's going to leave this handy, isn't he? No, not especially. Not especially. This would be big. What a way to win a noble leg.
Again, could have been better.
Yeah, could have even put more pressure on there, to be honest. Even without taking it. Oh, well done, Dave Chisnall. 78 in 2 darts. Which concludes that round.
Right. Feature game. Would you like Aspinall against Bolton or Humphreys against Kachuk? Because obviously the others are stream games.
Ooh. That's an interesting one. Luke Humphreys has just lost a leg. That's remarkable, isn't it, that we have to report that? That's
Should we go
Humphreys
Humphreys?
Championship event. Luke lost a leg. Yeah, let's go for Humphreys.
A bit of cool hand. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on the stream games for you at the same time. Heta has taken the opener against Schindler. And he's missed the ball for a 167. Schindler has missed 70. And Heta comes back and polishes it off.
Damon Heta looks very, very strong at the minute in anything he does, doesn't he? Wherever he seems to be playing, he seems to just look very strong. He seems to be really steady on that third dart. Even when the first 2 don't quite go to plan, he seems at the minute just to have that level about him where he can find that treble with the third dart. Just always gives himself a good chance, doesn't he?
And the thing is, he's not a walker either. Where you see your Michael Smith walk on the third dart and can get a little bit lazy at times, where everyone means something to Heta with that style he's got.
It is, and I do think there's so much of his game. I know it's not his game relying on it, but it's just one of the one of the tools, one of the skills he has in his back pocket is again. Like I'm just looking there on the stream. That third dart again. That's 2-3 visits in a row. That third dart's gone into the treble 20. Even when the first 2, I think because his style is he does have that little pause, doesn't he? He does have that pause He doesn't flow whilst he's not a slow player at all. He doesn't throw as fast as a lot of players, and he's very purposeful in each dart. And it does mean that if those first 1, 2 aren't exactly where he wants them to be, he can reset a little bit, which I just think is a really good part of his style and his action.
Yeah, there's just a slight pause at the end of the backswing, isn't there? It's like slight, and then it goes.
Yeah, he seems to be one of these players that he doesn't so much play on feel. You know, he aims where he's throwing the dart, and it's not a feeling thing. It's not he's not just flinging them and just releasing them as and where he feels it. It's very purposeful, but I think it really elevates his scoring, certainly on that third dart.
Yeah, 100%.
Humphries has levelled up. Eddie Lewis takes the first one. Pete Bouillon has had a brilliant day today, but could Adrian Lewis just be a step too far today for Pete Burgoyne? After Adrian Lewis goes 115 ton, 180 down to 106 after 9. Burgoyne having to throw some big visits just to keep pace with Adrian Lewis here. Adrian Lewis averaging 116.
Yeah.
And he takes the 106 out, Adrian Lewis. That's amazing stuff. 12 dart leg. Absolutely superb there, Adrian Lewis. 2-0 up and a breaker throw, averaging 120. Really looking good.
He's averaging 120. Hetter's averaging 114 and is 4 to the good against Schindler. It's all good. Peter Burgoyne's playing well today. Wade's all right. Says some really good things.
Do you enjoy interviewing Wade? Yeah. Andy Bolton just getting ahead, and then we're off and running in arguably the marquee game of this round of 16, this fourth round today. Off and running with Bully Boy and the Ferret. Arguably the biggest game we've seen today in the Metrodome. Johnny Clayton wins the bull and will be throwing first here.
Yeah.
Can't find a treble though, first visit. So Michael Smith will want to take the initiative pretty quickly and chase an early break if he can.
Just changing topic here slightly. Obviously, just seeing this on Twitter makes me laugh. Tyson Fury, last week he wanted, what was it, $500 million to come out of retirement, wasn't it?
Yeah. Finally,
Last night saying he's willing, because he's doing a tour at the moment, isn't he? Last night saying he's willing to come out of retirement and fight Anthony Joshua, but only if it's at Wembley Stadium and for free to all UK fans.
So he was interesting. If you look at where he was in Stockton-on-Tees, which is a mile and a half from my house. He was in the hotel round the corner. I know some of the people that were in and around. I got offered a ticket last night. I couldn't go, but he was round the corner from me last night. I would take anything that anybody said last night with a very, very large bucket of salt, because I think that those comments will have all been highly, highly influenced by. What am I looking for? I'm looking for another word that I'm trying to think of what the best one to say. Outside.
Thank you very much. The day has come. We have dark greens on Dark Connect. Officially, the top 11 cannot be caught.
There we go. Look at that.
We have dark green. So mathematically, officially, Hetter, Searle, Aspinall, Schindler, Gurney, Rids, Clements, Gilding, Bunting, Lukeman and Hybrex cannot be caught.
Right, we need at least one more Geordie there, don't we?
Oh, what's occurring on the streams? They both stopped. Is it that door again? Is it Doorgate again? What happened on day one? Fire alarm's gone off in the Metrodome. See, oh, Schindler's back. Let's get some volume up.
But Adrian Lewis is still throwing darts. How has that happened? Ah, they're all right. False alarm.
False alarm. No fire.
Adrian Lewis is only averaging 119.
Oh, shocking. Shocking behaviour.
I mean, he's opened again here against the darts. He's going for 88 for the break, but opened 180, 134. Oh, he's missed double 15 there to go 4-0 and would have maintained that average up at an outrageous level as well.
Oh, I tell you what, that's outrageous from Hatter. Comes back, no practice starts. Where is he? So, we have dark greens on Dart Connect.
Steve Beaton and Andrew Gilding underway. Watermina and Chisnell warming up, which is the last of our games here to get underway. Pete Burgoyne gets a leg back, but Adrian Lewis kicks off with a 1-3-5, and he is going to take some beating today.
Boris Koltsov has raced into a 3-0 lead over Kevin Doots on board 2. Super stuff from Boris. Again, Boris Koltsov has one of the best sense of humours ever. Such a funny man.
Damon Hetter started that leg with another 6 perfect darts, went 180, 180, and somehow managed to not win it. Martin Schindler, after having 2 180s thrown against him, gets through that leg, pegs him back just a touch to 4-2.
Bully Boy races into a 2-0 lead. Finds double 3. I say, just looking at, obviously, there's 1 or 2 that are still in today, but if they disappear in the next rounds, there'll be another few going dark green on Dark Connects as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of them that are still in that are really, you know, if they don't, if they're not doing a final, what's Boris up to?
So this is unbelievable. Oh, the fire alarm's going off again.
Oh, no.
Oh, Firegate. No one's running off this time, though. They're all just stood there going, oh, whatever.
Yeah.
And Johnny Clayton gets a leg back on the board.
Now, this game, we haven't mentioned it for a while, the feature game is tighter than many, maybe including myself, might have predicted, as Luke Humphries and Christoph Kachuk are 3-all. Kachuk on throw here. And Luke's been very, very dominant so far today, but having to really, really work for it here.
Johnny, good question. He says, why do loads of Australian players all use front-loaded darts? Hetter, Whitlock, Ages, Tony David, Fleet, Mitchell, Carl Anderson, Crean Hammond. I'm just guessing that that's just a style that perhaps a lot grew up with in Australia.
I think a little bit of it is that, I mean, I know it's a bit changed, but you know, when you have countries that don't have, 10, 11 world-class players, you've got 1 or 2. What darts do people go out and buy when they order a set of Simon Whitlock darts, don't they? And you end up with, that's what you play with, and you become used to playing like that. So when you want your own darts, you want them not similarly in shape, but they're just the way that they fly. You want them to fly in a certain way. So it's maybe a little bit of that there isn't 20 different world-class players from Australia that all have their own brand of darts out. It starts a bit naturally, doesn't it?
This is quite strange. One stream's going, one stream stopped.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's strange, isn't it?
We are experiencing some technical difficulties. Please bear with us. So we got technical problems on one board.
What a funny old.
It's a funny old day.
Oh.
It's a funny old day.
People are going bust 32, and he will not get many opportunities to win legs against Eddie Lewis. He's going to get another go at that 32, but he's got to take these opportunities, otherwise Eddie Lewis is just... And he does take him 3 darts to get there, but pegs another one back. Eddie and Lewis 4-2 ahead now. Christoph Kachuk putting in a good solid leg here. Well, I say that he's not. Luke Humphries just hasn't managed to hit a treble in his first 9. Kachuk definitely looking the most likely here to move ahead. If he can tee something up, he's got 6 darts from 1-4-2. What can he leave himself here? Well, that could have been a lot better.
Yeah.
How much pressure will be on that 82? Enough. Not a lot loads, but enough.
Interesting as well. Ryan Searle has just put something on his Facebook today saying, couldn't handle the heat today. Fair play to Hendo. He was class and he's a true gent. So the heat got to Hessa. The heat got to Searle today. We said it was warm.
It must be worse if you've got air like that as well. I can't. That must be warm, surely.
Yeah.
Christoph Kachuk takes it.
What's going on? We've got comebacks all over the place. Ahead. Because Schindler's now 4 apiece with Hetta. What's going on here?
Yeah. Well, fighting his way back. Boris Koltsov looks to try and become the first man in the quarterfinals today. He's 5-2 up. Steve Beaton 3-1 up. Steve Beaton rolling back. Bizarre situation, isn't it?
Has that all darts been suspended, or just the stream boards then?
Well, as I'm trying to work out, if anyone's going. No, the other games still seem to be points going in and people doing stuff.
Just the stream boards then?
Which is odd, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
His levels up at 4-all. This is getting really tight now. First one to make a mistake is in bother. Adrian Lewis needs 125 for the match. So throwing, he's going to get 6 darts from 125. He scores 85, leaves himself tops. So he's going to get at least 3 at tops, Adrian Lewis, for the match here and a book a place in the quarterfinals. Only needs 1 dart to do it. Adrian Lewis averaging 102. Brushes people going aside after he's had a great day today. Some great wins, but Adrian Lewis, comfortable 6-2 winner.
Yeah. So the alarm keeps going off randomly. Brilliant.
Right, so good chuck that from Luke Humphries. This is a great game, Humphries Kachuk.
Yeah.
And that has put some pressure on this 97. This 97, you've got to think, has got to go. Otherwise, Luke Humphries is going to start to run out of chances. Can't do it. Is double 16 going to go for Kachuk? Oh, it doesn't. Humphries gets an absolute let off and the door held open for him. What a time in the match as well, because he goes 5-4 up with that, and now he has the darts from the match from looking like he would not be the favourite here, and Kachuk having darts to go. 3 darts he had at double 16 to go within 1, and he has fluffed his lines, and Luke Humphries is now looking like he is very comfortable here.
You can't be giving players like Luke Humphries a chance.
No, you can't miss 3 darts at double 16, nor at that time. And again, the wrong time in the match as well, because you've now given Luke Humphries, you've put him within 1 when he's got the darts in hand, and he's made life very, very hard for himself there, Christoph Kachuk.
Yeah.
And it is very much now looking like Luke Humphries will be meeting Boris Kolstov in the quarterfinals. Very strange whatever's going on with these stream boards.
Yeah, it's something to do with the fire alarms. We don't know the exact ins and outs, only that there's issues.
Beaten 4-2 up now. Jermaine Watamina has managed to get himself 4-2 up over Dave Chisnell, averaging 77. Hey. And Kachuk has managed to break Humphries there. We have a noble leg on a feature game. Neither player can find a treble first visit in this noble leg, 5-all, and Kachuk does have the darts here. If he can just find a couple of trebles, this is exactly what he's done. He finds that couple of trebles, throws a 140, And Luke Humphries is going to need to find a massive score here. That's big. It's not quite big enough. Tkachuk still with the advantage here at 301. Oh, that is a slip, though. That is a slip. Another treble-less visit here with the darts for the match, and you cannot let Luke Humphries have those opportunities. Like we said, Humphries takes advantage, 1-3-3. Tkachuk needs a big score now here, or the tide will swiftly turn. That ton 40 is great, 101. So Tkachuk will get darts to win this match. That 60 from Luke Humphries doesn't put too much pressure on Tkachuk, but he's got 3 darts to get rid of 101 and get rid of Luke Humphries out of today's tournament. Can he take that out? He does. Christoph Tkachuk takes out 101. Lovely ton plus finish there with a bit of an up and down noble leg. A mixture of 60s and 140s before hitting that big finish there. And Luke Humphries is done for the day today. Christoph Tkachuk books a place in today's quarterfinals.
Yeah, we. Oh no, they're not. This it happened again. Oh, so this is getting ridiculous. Smith and Clayton came back out, and now. What?
So at the stream, the timing on the streams must be not quite aligned because Hetter and Schindler are throwing at the minute on my stream.
Yeah. Oh, Hetter and Schindler are throwing, but
I can't understand how it doesn't make sense, does it? There only one will be affected. Like, it's bizarre.
Not had this kind of thing happen before. There are all sorts of external factors that have caused darts matches to be delayed, breezes and that kind of thing.
Oh, the tournament director's now in.
Having a word with the players.
Aspinall 6-3 there. Went 180, 2 180s there in his last leg. Nathan Aspinall really kicked on at the end there from Andy Bolton, and those 2 180s give him a big chance. He took it straight out. He took that 45, and Aspinall 6-3 through to the next round.
On the adjacent board 2, Damon Hester and Martin Schindler have been playing, and they've carried on through it all. I mean, Damon Hester is nicknamed the Heat, so maybe he's not as concerned by fire. But this pair of, well, definite title contenders, and all of a sudden, I mean, I'm sure you can pick that up as well. We're hearing the fire alarm once more. Now, Keith Bisbee, the tournament director, has a decision to make here, and I think the decision is, well, there's nothing we can do about it, so you're going to have to play on. So I do have to apologise if you keep hearing the alarm.
I tell you what, I know it's the same for both, but that's not good. Literally, they're playing with the fire alarm going off. You can hear it on the screen.
That's not advertisement for the Barnsley Metrodome, is it?
No. I was listening to Murph explaining it on the stream.
Meanwhile, this game between Steve Beaton and Andrew Gilding is getting tighter. Beaton was ahead. He had a 4-2 lead and looked comfortable, but Gilding has lifted his levels a little bit here and is now looking probably in the better position of the two at this moment in time. Jermaine Watamina within one. Chisnell throwing to try and stay in this match, but can't find a treble on his first visit. 140 from Watamina kicks off. So Watamina looking good here. Looking fairly likely for the break. And this game between Beaton and Gillian has really, really swung in the direction of Andrew Gillian.
No, Jamie, the fire alarm's going off, but they're being told they have to play with it.
Martin Schindler, job done. 6-4 over Damon Hetta, who probably can't wait to be out of that racket, to be honest, because it sounded noisy.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that that's affected everyone involved in these games.
Yeah, and I wonder what we're going to get for the rest of the afternoon in terms of, obviously, the rest of the games that aren't on the stream board don't seem to be affected, whether or not they're just having to play on and we can't see that. But we haven't noticed a break in play in the other games, so it might be that we are fortunate enough not to get streamed games maybe for the afternoon. Who knows? That would be a big shame.
Yeah. Makes
Noble
no
leg
sense at all.
between Watamina and Chisnell. Again, neither of them playing as good as they've played for the rest of the day.
Yeah. That's...
He will play Boris Koltsov for place in the semi-finals. What a remarkable turn of events that is.
Literally, I've just put the volume on. Smith and Clayton are having to play literally while the fire alarm is going off.
That's completely absurd, isn't it? It's not normal, that.
No. Big Johnny, absolutely right. He said George Noble wouldn't put up with that. He'd be up the ladder cutting the wires. Yeah, but Excalibur, whether they agree or not is not the issue. It's not right.
Chisnell's going to have to take this out if he wants to get through. 1-3-4 for Dave Chisnell. Watamina on 56 in this noble leg. Chisnell can't take that, leaves himself 40. So if Watamina can't get rid of this 56, Dave Chisnell will be coming back for a double toss. And Watamina can't. So he's missed twice, I think, Watamina. So Dave Chisnell is going to get 3 darts at double tops to put Watamina out and move through to the quarterfinals. Did not see this coming. Dave Chisnell with a late surge in this game, fought his way back into it to a noble leg. And then here, against the darts, Watamina opening 180, 140. Dave Chisnell has 3 darts at double top. And he busts it. Oh, Dave Chisnell busts double top. Jermaine Watamina comes back and takes 10 out. Dave Chisnell had 3 darts from 40 there for the match, and he could not get rid of it. So Watamina, just by the skin of his teeth, through to the quarterfinals.
Daniel, they've gone dark green because regardless of tomorrow's results, they cannot be caught.
Oh,
That's
Steve
why
Beaton, what a finish.
Stevie B!
Up against the darts, 180, 97, 3 darts to take out that 100 at the end. That is top work from Steve Beaton. And he looked gone in that match. He looked like he was ahead early doors, and Andrew Gillian came back, looked completely in the driving seat. But that is super stuff from Steve Beaton.
Yeah, I've got to say, Damon didn't look very pleased at walking off the stream board. Afternoon, Tommy.
We've now just got one spot left in the quarterfinals today.
Yeah, it's all going off at Barnsley. Never a dull moment. But all eyes are on this stream board and Bully Boy. No. Teased us. Because it's the only game going on, we will put it on, even though it is streamed. Just remember, the stream is behind the scores. The lesser spotted double 17, Johnny. Oh, Michael Smith will be kicking himself. He was on for the 9 and gets broke. With a lesser spotted double 17.
Tight this.
Yeah.
Some interesting ties in that next round as well. Go through the full set once we've got the result here and we know what the full quarter-final lineup looks like. But some very interesting games left to play.
Johnny Clayton leads.
No. Oh, he's not getting away lightly though, because Smith started well there with the darts. So it looks a little bit the minute like we could be heading towards, or maybe not heading towards a noble leg. That is a big and well-timed 180 from Johnny Clayton. If Michael Smith doesn't find something big here, Johnny Clayton's got the opportunity now to set himself up for the break. Michael Smith not on a finish. How handy can Johnny leave that? Ton 80. So he's gonna get to come back, Johnny, for 81 for the match and a break here. So he's back on 140. What can the ferret do with this 81?
Changing the subject, I think one of the fans is giving Kyrgios some stick. He's just gone back to his seat. It's just on the BBC Twitter. What he's saying, it's the one that looks like she's had about 700 drinks.
Brilliant. Excellent work.
Oh, I love Kyrgios.
More chances here for Johnny Clayton to get this. Oh, Johnny. Well, he has had multiple match starts now, Johnny Clayton. Multiple match starts.
But has the darts. Gob's just put Dobie, Razma, Dolan all safe unless Roby reaches the final tomorrow and the winner comes from outside. So basically, it's all on the draw tomorrow then.
Yeah. In theory, there's some people could go dark green as soon as the draw's made. Oh, Johnny really in control here now, Phil.
Yeah. Again, doesn't need to be heroic. Just set it up,
No,
Johnny.
just needs to
If this comes back and it says 25 left, I'd have the ump with him because there's no need.
Oh, mind you, there's some pressure now on this 85.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed max that from Michael Smith. Johnny's going to need to do something with this, and he's fluffed it. This could very well go, this 67. Oh, Michael. Oh, he's took the 5. He got just limped over the line there, Johnny Clayton, needing 3 darts to get rid of the 5 that he had remaining. But he does get there in the end. Oh, and Michael Smith, just looking on the stream, Michael Smith missed 2 match darts there, went outside double tops twice. So Johnny Clayton coming back, needing double 1 in the end after working his way around the board after Michael Smith missed 2 match darts. So Johnny Clayton scrapes through to the quarter-finals, and we now have our quarter-final lineup set.
To be fair, neither player, they're not angry at each other, but neither looked particularly happy with the circumstances there. They were saying when they were throwing, and it was off, like the alarm had started as they were releasing because there was no pattern to it. They're not, let's say, not at each other, but situation not the best there.
They both just looked happy to have it done, didn't they? I think at the end they were just happy to get off and get it over with. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how quick these games go to warming up, Phil, because obviously we've only just finished. Some of these guys have been finished for a while. The likes of Boris Koltsov, they've been sitting for some time. Nathan Aspinall as well, but depending on what's going on in the venue, I'm not sure how quick we'll see this these quarterfinals.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. We've got Watamina Aspinall will be stream board 2. That's up.
Well, that's interesting because that tells me they are going to stream some darts.
Yeah, but God, by the sounds of it, there's nothing they can do. It's just an intermittent problem. So we all know what people are like in the UK on a Sunday. If it needs an engineer to come out, good luck getting them out in the next few hours. It's hard enough to get people on the call during the week, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, and being honest, between behind the curtains is one of the things that I, under my remit at work, under many other things, things like issues with fire alarms fall somewhere into that. And interestingly, what generally would happen is, we get somebody will come out from, fire alarm engineering company. The first thing they'll want to do is turn everything off to go and investigate the problem. And first thing, but of course, what you then have to do is turn all of your fire alarm off in your whole building, so you've got to empty it. We have if we have someone coming to do it, we put them in overnight on a night shift because they have to turn it off and have fire watches and everything else. But it doesn't bode well when you've got the last 8 players left in a tournament that have to play darts matches. They could be playing in the car park. The weather's nice, I suppose. But
to be fair, Gob said it right there. I don't think it was genuinely agreed to carry on. I think they were told, get on with it.
Yeah, I don't think it was a question. I don't think, are you enjoying this? Would you like to carry on? I don't think that was it, was it? It was, we can't do anything about this. finish your match. I think that was what I think that's what they got told. But yeah, we have now gone some time for some of these guys, and some of these games have been ready for a while, and we don't have anything warming up. So just what we haven't done yet is a quick rundown of what the quarterfinals are, and as and when we get some darts going, who is going to be playing those matches. So we have Christoph Kachuk playing Boris Koltsov. We've got Martin Schindler playing Steve Beaton. Johnny Clayton will play Adrian Lewis. And Jermaine Watamina will play Nathan Aspinall. They are the 4 quarterfinal matches that we've got. And there's some interesting matches among that. I suppose probably the biggest name box office game there has got to be Johnny Clayton and Adrian Lewis. Adrian Lewis put some really, really strong performances together. But, you know, interestingly enough, because of the way the draw has opened up, one of Christoph Kachuk, Boris Koltsov, Martin Schindler, or Steve Beaton is going to make the final. One of those 4 players, Kachuk, Koltsov, Schindler, or Beaton, will play in the final today. We've definitely got a sort of the weight of the draw today, and the way the games have gone have put those the bigger, more box office players towards the bottom half of the draw here, with Clayton, Lewis, Watamina, and Aspinall all on the other side of the draw. So potentially really interesting semi-finals and finals here.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, I'm not watching. I'm just having a scroll through Twitter. Another tweet: Kyrgios effing and blinding right in front of the Royal Box live on BBC. I'm here for it. I'm not going to lie, I am as well. I like a Maverick.
Yeah,
Kyrgios lad.
It's sports entertainment, isn't it? It's got to be entertaining. Or nobody watches, and then nobody watches, no one will sponsor it, and then they can't pay the prize money. You know,
yes.
That's how you keep the sport going.
It's all about sports entertainment.
Right. We've now got games allocated on both stream boards. So Martin Schindler against Steve Beaton will be on the other stream board. Stream board 1, Schindler against Beaton. Beaton's appeared already today. I think both those players have been on the stream board already today. Jermaine Watamina and Nathan Aspinall on the other side. I think Aspinall of those 4, the only one who hasn't yet played a stream board today. It's certainly not that I've noticed anywhere.
No, and I'm not going to lie. I know he's just come off a stream board. However, I can't remember who it was, but someone was on, I think, 4 stream games in a row yesterday. How we've not got Johnny Clay and Adrian Lewis streamed is beyond me.
Yeah, and my only guess is that Johnny's just finished on the stream board, and they won't put him on for 2 games on the bounce. Is my only, but that is just a guess.
Usually I go with it, but yesterday, I can't remember who it was, but someone played, I think, 3 or 4 stream games in a row yesterday.
Still nothing warming up. Right. Yeah, there is definitely something going on in that venue at the moment.
To be fair, I
brilliant.
think there's a stop. They're trying to get it sorted because some of these quarterfinals would have sprung into action.
Have
by
you got
now.
any? Have we got any precedent for this? Is it, what's the? Have we had? I can't remember. I'm not as good at you as recording these. Have we got any? Have we got an example of when we've not been able to finish one for a reason as silly as this, and we've had to come back and do something different?
Not like this. I remember the Challenge Tour, we had fire alarm gate when they were in the car park in Milton Keynes, but in the end they got back in. Oh, no, we've got games warming up now. We may have fixed it.
Hey. So a bit like you, I'm not watching it. I haven't got it on. I've literally just flicked over to the BBC website to see how the how the tennis is going. And the first line at the top, just one comment someone's put on that just says, "This has to stop. Kyrgios can't keep doing this. It's the final of Wimbledon. The umpire has to step in and do something." I've no idea what he's doing, but I love the idea that he's causing. It sounds like he's causing absolute chaos there.
I'm all up for chaos. To be fair, it's probably a good job MVG is not there playing because he would just go around try and find the fuse box and pull it out.
Right, what have we got? We're now warming up on 3 games, one of which is the Streamboard game. So that gives me some assurance that, yeah, good point, Adrian. It's days like today where Steve Beaton will be consolidating his position for a World Championship spot, because Steve Beaton only sits £1,000 outside, and I know we've still got some time to go, but we've said loads of times you do not want to be going into tournaments knowing you have to do something, you have to get to a quarter-final, or you don't get your tour card, or you don't go to the World Championships. It's days like today and runs like this that will take the pressure off Steve Beaton closer to the time. If we 2 more wins today, and he'll pretty much be safe in terms of a spot at the World Championships. 2 more wins today,
okay.
Pretty much tight Steve Beaton.
We are underway. I'm going to take that one off because that's a stream game. So we'll have the 2 non-stream boards as feature games, and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on the stream.
Right. We just had to have a quick look at what was happening in the Tour de France. Now I am back focus on the darts. So only 4 games now, folks. 8 players left. And we are off and running. Nathan Aspinall just taking. Nathan Aspinall looks up for it, Phil. Opened with 260s, 2 treble 20s there, but big puffing of the chest, puffing his chest out before he got started there. Aspinall definitely looks like he's turned up to play today.
And there we have it. The two feature games are the unstreamed games. So, game on.
Yeah, the first one there, Krzysztof Kachuk, steady hold. Boris Koltsov can't find a treble in his first visit on his throw, and Kachuk comes back at him with a 180. So already, Krzysztof Kachuk looking favourite to get an early break here. What can he follow that 180 up with? Koltsov, no treble so far in this leg after 2 visits. It's a ton, but he is way ahead here. Across the other side, what a first leg in that game between Adrian Lewis and Johnny Clayton. They are off to an absolute flyer, those two. Great opening leg there against the darts from Adrian Lewis, and he starts off his own throw going back-to-back 140s. This is a really, really big, high-level performance from Adrian Lewis. Johnny Clayton, though, keeping up with him, both throwing ton plus every visit, the first 3 visits in the first leg. Adrian backing it up, doing the same again here. 1-2-1 after 9.
Aspinall leads on stream board 2. And Schindler leads on stream board 1. But Watamina has just levelled it up.
Schindler with an early break. Martin Schindler goes 2-0 up over Steve Beaton and is off to a solid start. Krzysztof Kachuk flying here, 2-0 up, opening with that 1-2-5.
So this is some game between Clayton and Lewis.
It really is. Like, just the level at which these two are playing at in this match is really, really high. Top-notch scoring and some great finishing as well. Both games so far have been breaks. And Adrian Lewis, well, that's a bit of a slip there because he's not even giving himself an outside chance. And you've got to imagine that from 210, Johnny Clayton will try and set something up, and he does. So that was a bit of a slip. Adrian Lewis had a chance there, and that 81 just needed another treble on that. How much? And he doesn't put a huge amount of pressure. 40 is not a good score there for Adrian Lewis. Because Johnny Clayton can come for this 70 not under a great deal of pressure.
No. Aspinall leads 2-1. Watamina only averaging 78 right now.
Meanwhile, Krzysztof Kachuk putting a monster performance together on that other featured game, 3-0 up. Again, opening with a 1-2-5. It's another 1-2-5 opener. Against the darts, looking to pinch the initiative here, just edging out Boris Koltsov in that scoring. But 3-0 up this could get away from Boris very quickly.
Beaton has a leg on the board.
Do you feel that was a really important?
It was, especially when Schindler misses 2 darts at 8s as well.
Yeah, that could have just got away from Steve Beaton. I think at 3-0, that could have just got away from him there, and he does give himself a fighting chance.
Yeah.
Johnny Clayton having one off, but he's having one off on Adrian Lewis's throw, so this is not going to do him too much damage. It definitely looks like Adrian Lewis is going to clean this one up comfortably, but that is just to pull it level. Johnny Clayton will get the darts back straight after this. Boris has got to do something here if Christoph can't take 68 out. Otherwise, this will get away from him very fast. 4-0 is a long way back.
2 apiece. Aspinall in control as well.
Kachuk looks like he's missed the ball there. Boris gets a leg on the board. That is only a hold, though. So he's still a couple of breaks down. Monster score in this game between Clayton and Lewis.
You shouldn't. I'm just looking at some of the comments here. Piers Morgan's just tweeted, "What do we do if Kyrgios starts abusing the Royals?" Some of the comments are absolutely genius. Join in, praise him. A round of applause. Knight him. Join in.
Adrian Lewis here, 140, 180, 139 against the darts. He's down to 42 after 9 darts. Johnny Clayton not on a finish. So Adrian Lewis has got 6 darts at least from 42 to break here. What a performance. Adrian Lewis averaging 108. Oh, and he can't take that out. But again, Johnny Clayton, nowhere near.
This is vintage jackpot.
Yeah, he's playing superb here. And again, 1 dart to take the double 8 out. Adrian Lewis, 3-2 up. Will he hold here and extend, averaging 110, Adrian Lewis? Really, really big performance from him. He wants to be dark green today, Phil.
He does. Remember, the top 11 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit are dark green, cannot be caught mathematically. Not even Rachel Riley can find the
Adrian Lewis can turn himself today dark green. If he gets to the final, he will be in that 12th spot and he will be dark green. Again, huge scores in this game here. 140, 180 from Clayton. Adrian Lewis not on a finish. So Clayton with the opportunity to set something up. He would have wanted something better than that. How much chance can Adrian Lewis give himself here? Not bad. Boris really fighting his way back in with that break. After being 3-0 down, he is clawing his way back.
Waterminos ups the average. He was 3-1 down to Aspinall's, dragged it back to 3 apiece. But is Clayton? Oh, I think Clayton's missed 2 darts because on the 82, I think he's pinned the bullseye and come inside on one of them.
Yeah. Adrian Lewis mopping up there, coming back for double six. Just one dart. Tell you what's really interesting is a few times I've just noticed, in terms of Adrian Lewis's finishing today when I've been watching it, is there's a number of times where Adrian Lewis is coming to the board needing a double and he's taking it out in one dart. Like he's just done it again there. Earlier in this match, he'd come back for double tops, one dart, and Adrian Lewis he's been really, really good today in just nailing those doubles in one. And this is not the start Johnny Clayton wants on throw.
Oof,
and that's exactly the start Adrian Lewis wants.
Also, Koltsov has just pinned the champagne shot. He was 3-0 down. However, he's now 3 apiece. Big Bad Boris is on the move. Also, God, didn't realise
big swing.
Adrian was in. Yeah, look, if Adrian gets to the final, he goes dark green. Adrian can seal it. Get it done.
Jumps ahead of Chris Dobie, takes that 12th spot, and that puts everyone down to 12 dark green before the draw's even done tomorrow. Adrian Lewis has a chance here if Johnny Clayton doesn't, and he doesn't. Oh, not a great setup. A few little slips there from Adrian after starting so well. Johnny Clayton with all the hard work to do again, though. Just to hold his throw. Oh, that's tremendous.
That is sensational.
Averaging now 106 after 7 legs. Adrian Lewis is playing some absolutely superb darts today and goes within 1 of a semi-final spot today.
Also, Martin Schindler is in control against the Bronze Adonis.
Looks to have just put his foot down, doesn't he, Schindler? Just starting to edge away and beaten, looking, struggling for a treble in that leg. Really, really struggling to hit treble.
Yeah. Look.
Schindler now on throw. If Boris can hit this, which he does, that is a big swing from 3-0 down. Boris Koltsov breaks again to go 4-3 and now has the darts. What a complete turnaround in that match.
Aspinall in front again, 5-4.
Adrian Lewis is going to get 3 darts at 126 for the match. And the way that he's been playing and the way he's been finishing, you would not be surprised if this went.
It might have to go. That 180.
Might have to with Clayton on. Oh, I tell you what, he's teed it up well. The pressure for Johnny on this 65, he's got to take this 65 out if he's even going to have a chance at staying in this match. And it takes him 3 darts, and he does it. Clayton going to have to consolidate a bit now because Adrian Lewis is going to get another leg to throw for this match. No matter what happens in this leg here, Adrian Lewis will get another go with the darts. Aspinall and Schindler both on the verge in those games now, Phil.
Yeah, and Schindler is over the hill. He has ended the Steve Beaton resistance. And it's still a fabulous day for Beaton getting to the final 8, but it is Shindiggity who marches on. The others are getting close.
Bit of a stutter here from Adrian Lewis. It's the first time, I think, in this match he hasn't... Oh, there we go. I just spoke too soon. There we are. Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, there it is. However, this is brilliant from Clayton. What a response.
It is, but just a hold, isn't it? Adrian Lewis is going to have at least one more attempt to throw for the match here, no matter what happens in this leg.
And we've got a noble between Watamina and Aspinall. Aspinall has the darts, but this is the moment for Adrian Lewis.
And that is a good start.
Yeah.
That really is.
Kachuk has stopped the Colts off wave of 4 on the spin. He's back for
John.
4. Ashley, the match play draw will be sometime tomorrow.
Johnny Clayton. Would you make the winner of this match the favourite, do you think, Phil?
Yeah, result. Aspinall is over the hill. Beats Watamina in her last leg, decided. Yeah, look, for me, the winner of this game has to be favourite.
Big scope, I think, needed from Eddie Lewis here, setting this up.
Yeah. It'll be on the PDC social channels. It depends what time they do it. They may do it straight after tomorrow's final, or it will appear on the social media platforms. So, finally poised.
Right on the wire, isn't it? Oh, he's missed double 16, hasn't he?
Wow, Louis, 80. Johnny Clayton, this 108.
This 108. Oh, now 3 darts at double 8. Can he do it in one again like he's been doing? Coming back for those single double visits. Single double, yeah.
Anyway, man.
Yeah. Oh, it takes him 3, but he's there. That's good. And I tell you what, he played some superb darts in that match as well, Adrian Lewis. Really top.
There at the end, that was under pressure. Clayton sat on 36. It's a bit different pinning a 16 when your opponent's on a biggie or not on a finish. But when the ferret is sat there, that's majestic.
Absolutely. Just his scoring was amazing there. His doubling was really good. He's having a proper good day, Eddie Lewis. Really is.
Not sure yet, Ashley. We're trying to sort out tomorrow's plans for the live lounge and incorporate something. We will keep everyone posted.
So, see what we've now got. One semi-final place to play for, and it is looking like it could. Oh, that is could be a big slip from Boris there. That 30, because he's on throw here, throwing for the match, having opened with a max. So that, and everything was coming up Boris for a while there, and now he's left himself with a lot of work to do here on this visit, with looking for 152, because if he can't find it, Christoph Kachuk is going to get...
Oh,
Oh, no. Let's see what Boris does with 70. You've got to back him, I think, for this. 70 is quite a... And there are 3 darts to do it, but he's took it out 6 for Boris Koltsov. And we now have our semi-final lineup.
we do.
So we will have semi-finals. We will have Boris Koltsov against Martin Schindler. And in an all-English semi-final, we will have Adrian Lewis against Nathan Aspinall, which is a very exciting prospect, isn't it?
It is. Look, this has been a fabulous block of Pro Tours, and there's still one to go. But it's been absolutely sensational. Look, the headline act has been Adrian Lewis. Let's have it right. There were question marks going in before the Super Series started this week. He was in the match play spots, but not in much form, and we didn't know. He has answered those questions, and
he's come through in certainly the last couple of games he plays. That top 16 win against Peter Burgoyne, who at 102 average, like, he's looked superb today.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And he's 1 win away from cementing that match play spot. Look, even right now, it's hard to see him not being there. But he's a win away from mathematically no one being able to catch him with a day to go.
Yeah. Comfortable, isn't it? It's just comfortable. He doesn't have to worry. He doesn't have to sleep tonight thinking, oh, not quite there.
Well, to the point, where he may, if he wins today, he may go home tomorrow.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, why would he? I think you're right. And he's the sort of player that would. But, I think he will look at that and think, well, I've done everything I needed to do. I've gone dark green. I'm at the match play. Now I'm going to get myself home and get ready for that.
Yeah.
And start to prepare.
Oh, completely. Congratulations as well to friend of the show, Shawnee Mack. He is into the semi-finals of the England national singles over in Breen Sands. And as well, Aspinall takes out 149 to win it as well.
And it didn't look like, I was mainly watching the other two rather than the 2 stream games, but it didn't look like we had much in the way of disruption in that, did it? For you? You maybe saw more of the stream than I did, but it looked like they just got on and played, didn't it? Right, I'm just going to run for a quick comfort break before we get into the...
No dramas, mate, no dramas. So, while Dan goes for Call of Nature, I will keep you posted on what is going on. They've just released the streamboard. Streamboard 1 will be Lewis against Aspinall. Streamboard 2 will be Koltsov against Schindler. fingers crossed, shouldn't be too long to wait. What else have we got? So, chat room, who wins from here? Who do you think? Don't know, Harry, to be fair. Maybe on the WDF YouTube channel, perhaps. Again, chat room, come and say hi. Can you also get us to 100 likes? We're on 92. 8 more, please. As I think most people would like the fairy tale of Adrian Lewis winning. He's back.
Yeah, I just looked in. I just had a quick look when I come back in the chat, and there's just like loads of messages of people just writing Adrian Lewis. So I assume you've either asked who's going to win or who do you want to win. It's my guess. I'm just looking at the screen and just Adrian Lewis all the way down.
That he's still one of the most popular people around. I want Koltsov to win, but it won't happen. Hey, he's in a semi-final. You never know.
Gonna say he's come through some games today that there were points where it didn't look like he would. He definitely has a chance.
When you're in the final four, anything can happen. Oh, he's done. Oh, he's miles away. Yeah, no. So, 15. No, not even 2 wins gets Boris to the Matchplay, unfortunately. I'll just double seeing to see if we can have a right fairy tale. Can Boris go back to back?
Yeah. No, sadly, the maths just isn't in favour of that one, is it? Too much too late.
Yeah, not going to happen. So, fingers crossed, won't be too much longer. Considering we've had the fire alarm issue as well, it's actually gone quite quick today again still.
Yeah, 20 to 5 is not bad, is it? For one of one of these, there's to have rattled through. We haven't had any of the. I mean, I know we had the fire alarm issue, but in reality, that probably didn't hold us back more than 10 minutes, did it? If that. We haven't had any of those long gaps where loads of games been waiting. That's like I'd say that before we get into the last few, but it's flown quite good, hasn't it? It's good. They've done well to keep it moving.
Yeah. To be fair, this always thing. If you can get a Pro Tour wrapped up in 6 hours, you'll take that.
Oh yeah.
Anything under the bonus, anything over, you're cussing and swearing because there's either been a lot of 6.5s or a lot of.
Right, so it looks like the stream boards are ready. We're not quite warming up.
Tomorrow it will be myself and Tiz calling it all in. Like we say, at the moment, Roby John will be extremely happy with his 3 days' work. He has a £3,000 buffer to Ross Smith.
Which is, in reality, a semi-final, isn't it? If Rabidron goes out in the first round.
Yeah.
Like, that's how much it's a big run, you know, because these tournaments are so heavily weighted with the money at the back end. It needs someone like Ross Smith to go very deep and for Rabidron to be out immediately.
Yeah.
And we're now warming up in that match between Lewis and Aspinall. The iPad is programmed, ready to go. Don't think we've got a start on the stream yet.
Not yet. So the time is almost here. And so I'm going to be interested to see numbers tomorrow as well.
Yeah, who's stuck around for that last bit?
Yeah.
Because once you haven't got a chance at qualifying for the match play, and these sometimes the layout of the days are a bit funny, but when the last event is a Monday, you almost feel like there are people that just want to hit the gate on a Sunday night, you know, and think, well, just get on and start the week without coming back. For those that don't really need it, not scratching for points and scratching for the tour card rankings.
Yeah.
But it does open it up, though, that, doesn't it? The more of the bigger players that don't come to play tomorrow, the more you'll see people who really need it, like a John Henderson today, putting 3 or 4 wins together because they're not meeting those massive, big, top world-class players early in the tournament, just allowing themselves to build up a little bit of confidence and a bit of momentum.
Juanita, thank you very much as always. She's going to get herself to bed. Almost midnight over in Australia. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for your help as always. Where are you working tomorrow, Dan? Anywhere nice?
I'm in Teesside tomorrow. I'm not, so I'll be home in my own bed tomorrow. Am I going anywhere fun this week? I'm in Manchester midweek. I'm in Manchester midweek in the city. So I'll be making an appearance in the Flight Club in Manchester. That it's got a nice little darts venue in the city centre. So I'll be in there, I think, Wednesday night. I'm just building up to the summer holiday. The summer holidays is my busiest bit with work. So I'm now on the final planning stage to all the chaos that happens over the 6 weeks for me.
And we are bulling up on stream board 2. I'll tell you what, some beard from Colts off, isn't it? It's a damn good beard.
It's impressive, isn't it? I still think he has the amazing look of like the henchman of a James Bond bad guy. Like if you saw a James Bond bad guy and you saw Boris Koltsov just like stood next to him, like looking menacing, I think he just fits that. Like if he does decide to embark upon a movie career, like henchman of bad guy, it'd be perfect for him.
See, some people can just grow beards and it looks good, or you just get me but can't be bothered to shave and look homeless.
Oh, I'm the first one, mate. I can, yeah, if I leave it a day or two, I look outrageous. It's when I had a job a long time ago when I had to be clean shaven, to wear a uniform and look smart. I used to have a midday shave. So I'd have a shave. I'd be like shaving first thing in the morning. I used to have an electric one in my locker, and I'd have to whiz it over like on my base to keep myself. Otherwise, the gaffers would come in and you know you haven't shaved today, Simpson. Get yourself down for a shave. I have, so honest.
I tell you, it was funny during the old lockdowns. They seem a long while. Oh, wait a minute, we've started. Let me get the games up first, and then
We're up and running both games. Nobody looks like no one's took a leg yet, but we are up and running in both games. Michael, the match play draw will be tomorrow. We don't know. I don't know. Phil, I don't think does either. Exactly what time, what that's going to look like, whether that's going to be immediately after the end of action tomorrow. Amazing that Nathan Aspinall 1-2-4 finish after a max to pinch a break, and Nathan Aspinall off to an absolute flyer. So yeah, jumping back, Michael, to the match play draw tomorrow. It may be that they do it straight after the games are finished. Once they know exactly 100% who that list of players is. It might be that it happens a bit later in the evening. We're not sure, but by the time we all go to bed tomorrow, we should know what the draw looks like for the match play. Yeah,
I say anyway. During those horrible lockdowns when no one can be bothered, literally no haircut, no shave. My mum bought something round to my flat, and she looked at me and went, "Is there something you need to tell me? Have you got a problem?" Just looked like an absolute hobo.
See, it didn't bother me because I've always cut my own hair. No, I don't go and get this done at the barbers, do I? So yeah. I was the only person that looked smart during the lockdown because I just had my standard haircut.
Just get the clippers out and did it yourself.
Yeah, buzzed it off without us. Here we go. Like no different. I've been doing that for 20 years. Like no different to normal. Big start here from Aspinall. Adrian Lewis going to need to do something spectacular against the darts. 1-3-2. It's going to need to go very close. That's not quite close enough. But that's still a big score for Aspinall. A big out for him, this 1-3-6. If he takes this, it'd be amazing, but not close enough. So we could be looking at a break 1-all. If Schindler doesn't take this 1-12 out, we could be looking at exactly the same. Oh, and he's gone very close there. Martin Schindler, he's let Boris going to have a chance. That 180 that Boris threw has just given him, he's worked his way around. And he's not quite got the job done there, Boris. He's come very, very close, and this has got a bit scrappy here. Schindler's going to need to mock this, and he doesn't. Very scrappy. Lewis breaks back and gets the match back on throw.
Oh, Boris, what are you doing?
He's having a bit of a meltdown at the minute. A good start for Lewis. Start 1-2-5. Oh, this is very scrappy between Martin.
2-0 Boris in a race to 7.
Yeah, just a quick one that for those in the chat room that aren't following really closely. Now we've got to the semi-finals. We are playing first to 7. Don't make the mistake that I often do in celebrating at 6 because you forget it's changed. And whilst we've been playing first to 6 all day, we are now playing first to 7 in these semi-finals. Look at these scores in this game between Lewis and Aspinall.
Oh, this is majestic.
We've had 6 visits to the board, every one of them over a ton, and 5 of the 6 have been 140. Adrian Lewis 96 with 2 darts. This is absolutely amazing stuff. Eddie Lewis averaging 112. Nathan Aspinall behind, averaging 108. What again? Another Adrian Lewis's last match was amazing to watch, thoroughly entertaining. and it looks like we are in for a similar treat here. This is some really good stuff.
This is just unreal. Just watching it on the stream now, it's unreal. And the 96 is as clean as you will see. So Lewis
Just
is motoring here.
Lewis,
Lewis
just
is motoring.
He looks really comfortable as well, doesn't he? Just watch him on the stream. He looks very, very comfortable with it. Doesn't look like he's putting a huge amount of effort in. Doesn't really look like he's trying too hard. It just seems to be flowing really well for him. Schindler looking for double six again. He's already had a bit of a nightmare on double six in this match. Couldn't quite get the job done on double six. Is he going to have another challenging visit to that side of the board? And he does again, holding the door open for Boris Goltsov, who just needs double tops. We'll have 3 darts to get rid of it for a 3-0 lead, but can't.
Oh, Adrian, what an opportunity that is for a break. Adrian and Boris will both be kicking themselves.
Yeah, they've both given big opportunities away here.
But Boris has got a second chance and takes it.
But just to show you the difference in those two games, Adrian Lewis has been pegged back to 2-all, and Adrian Lewis is averaging 108. Boris Goltsov is 3-0 up, averaging 69. Now that tells you the gulf in difference we've got between these two semi-finals that are going on, because you've got one man 3-0 up averaging 69 and another man averaging 108 who's been pegged back to 2-all. Goodness me. Adrian Lewis opening with a 180 here on throw, but looking well ahead. He will look to build. We've got a Desmond here at the minute. 6 darts from 161 for Eddie Lewis. Martin Schindler seems to be scoring some outrageous stuff, but then keeps coming and slipping visits in with no trebles. He seems to be really up and down. Can't find a level at the minute.
Yeah.
Adrian's left it handy, left that set up.
This would hurt. If this goes yellow, this would sting.
Be the visit of the day, I think, if it does. It took a while. Oh, he's gone close. He's had a good visit, but not quite enough.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. What?
No, he's
Adrian Lewis
just crept. He was going 57-57, and the first dart is literally in the corner of 333.
I'm seeing that now.
Jesse, don't be sorry. Nothing wrong with being a big fan of Martin Schindler. Lewis and Aspinall sharing maximums. Nothing between.
Not a
the
lot
pair.
in this game at all, is there? Not a lot at
No.
all in this game. It needs, I think whoever picks a break up next is winning this. Whoever picks, because it's their first to blink almost here. I don't think it's going to go backwards and forward. I don't think they're going to keep breaking each other. I think first to blink will be right up against it. Nathan Aspinall's going to need to get himself down to a finish here. And that's maybe not where he wanted to be.
No.
What can Adrian Lewis do here?
For a 2 treble visit.
That'll do. That will do. And there's
That'll do.
Big pressure on the 148. Nowhere near. Another 58 visit. 3 visits of 58. Nathan Aspinall hit that 180, and he's had another 4 visits here with no trouble. And Adrian Lewis mops up for a break, puts himself 4-2 ahead, but with the darts in hand. Big opportunity now for Adrian Lewis to kick on. Boris reinstates the 3-leg gap that he's got. 4-1, still only averaging 71 with a 4-1 lead. Martin Schindler kicks off 1-3-4. I think Boris is playing far, far from his best darts here. And I think if Martin Schindler can just lift his game slightly, he could catch these games back up quite quickly, because Boris is, I don't know how on earth he's 4-1 up, because he's not at the races here at all. 2 visits there from Schindler, 1-3-4, 140. If Schindler just lifts his level a little bit, I think he'll make a real game of this, because I'm not quite sure how he's let this slip to 4-1 behind Schindler.
I'll tell you, this is magnificent.
It's a vintage performance, isn't it? And Adrian Lewis is constantly putting Aspinall in positions where he's got to go and take out 170, he's got to take out 142, he's got to take out 158. Like, he's constantly giving him challenges that are huge, bordering on insurmountable for Aspinall, just to keep pace. Missed the ball by the looks of it. We'll see on the stream if that is the case. What are you?
I'll say big moments. I will tell you on the 89, we think he misses the ball. Does miss the ball.
What? Another opening one. So many legs. Adrian Lewis has started with a 180. Just constant pressure.
I was going to say, just you touched on there, the constant pressure from Lewis is something that we haven't seen this for a while.
No, it's just what he does is he has this. He's doing it to Aspinall here. He's making people play their absolute A game, or he will beat them. Like he's Adrian Lewis here is making Nathan Aspinall play his absolute best darts, and if he doesn't play his absolute best darts, he's getting beat. That's when Adrian Lewis is really pushing people, because he just forces them to not have a visit off.
Yeah.
Just that visit there, that 100 Adrian Lewis throws in means that Aspinall can't miss this 100. He has, he's coming with 100 with pressure on it because Adrian Lewis has just nudged him. Adrian now with 3 darts for 80 to break again. There you go.
Adrian Lewis is
now
throwing away from going dark green.
I agree, Stephen. I think this is very much vintage Adrian Lewis. This is like watching Adrian Lewis some time ago. 177 to open, like just again, actually started the last leg 180, this leg 177, just constant pressure from the open in every leg. Nathan Aspinall opens with a 140 and it means nothing. He's not even close. He's not catching up.
No. That's the first mistake Adrian's made in a while.
It is, but Nathan's got to capitalise on it. If Nathan doesn't find 2 trebles at least, that's not good enough. That ton is not enough.
Boris is 1 away from the final as well. Oof. I suppose if you're going to have a mistake or a slip, doing it at 6-2 is not the worst.
No, absolutely. Yeah, you've got plenty of opportunities there. You're going to throw for the match multiple times if you need to. But yeah, that is, after that amazing 177 open, Adrian Lewis has gone on a bit of a slide in this leg. He's having one off, perhaps.
Aspinall's not making hay, though.
No, he's not. And a big visit here from Eddie Lewis. Again, Aspinall's right up against it. Not quite as big as he'd like, but again, Nathan's got to get himself to something that is a comfortable finish. And that's not it. And that's pressure.
Says to Aspinall, can you?
That is pressure. And he can't. Adrian Lewis with 3 match starts.
Adrian Lewis is going to the World Matchplay.
He's a dark green boy. And I tell you what, Phil, as well, he's not grinded these games out. He has played some superb darts today. Really, like, tremendous to watch. Again, that double 18 going in, first start, again, another first start of the visit double for Adrian Lewis today. He looks really comfortable and he's been tremendous to watch today. He's really put an enjoyable performance in.
And there we have it. Darts Connect has updated. Adrian Lewis is dark green.
Lovely stuff to see. He's also just subtly nudging himself higher and higher up that Pro Tour, that order of merit. Like that puts him up into 36th in the order of merit there. Just quietly going about his business, isn't he? But could he be mounting an attack on that top 32?
Yeah, Josh says, nice to see AD in a final. Yeah, absolutely. And for him, it is mission accomplished. At the start of the Players' Championships, it was, I need to get to Blackpool. And he is there. A win. He jumps above Gabriel Clements into 7th. And also, congratulations. That is sublimed from Boris Koltsov, taking out the 140 to win it. Let's see which way he goes on the stream. But that's brilliant. I love the Koltsov throw. Triple 18, triple 18, double 16, clean as a whistle from Boris. So we have a Pro Tour final at Players Championship 20. It will be Jackpot Adrian Lewis against the Viking Boris Koltsov. You'd have done well to pick this final at 11 o'clock this morning when the draw came out.
I tell you what, I thought we were in for something interesting, but this is certainly from left field, isn't it? Big day for both guys, I think, today.
Yeah. Job done for Adrian Lewis. So, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The final, not far away.
Now, speaking of finals, Novak Djokovic has just won Wimbledon. In what looks to be relatively comfortable fashion, I think.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't think, just from what I'm reading, I don't think it was particularly sort of amazing match. But no, just from flicking around and seeing what people are saying about it, I think it was a bit of an anticlimax in some ways. Can Koltsov qualify for the match play if he wins today and tomorrow? No. I'm 99. I'm sure we looked at that earlier on, and I think he would need to I think win both days and then find another 10,000 from somewhere. I think.
Borrow some ranking money or someone.
Yeah, someone who's got plenty to spare. But no, unfortunately, he can't. All he can do is continue to climb up the order of merit, and obviously look more and more towards booking himself a place into Blackpool, to Minehead for the Players' Championship Finals. Because, so just flicking around different qualification streams, if Boris Koltsov does win today, he would jump a huge amount and jump right up into a green spot for the Players' Championship Finals. So that is a little, whilst he can't qualify for the match play, there are still tournaments later in the year that are available to players like Boris.
Can AD win the match play, Phil? Can he? Of course he can. Do I think he will? No. I just think consistency is still a key for me for Adrian Lewis. Today, he has been majestic. It's been vintage. but he needs to back it up and do it again and again and again and again.
It's interesting though, because so really, you know, looking at the top 10, there's at least 50%, probably more of the top 10 are not in form. I know, and some of those players not close to their best form, and depending on who Adrian could meet and in building up a bit of a head steam, you know, that he's not going to be the most informed player. He's not going to be, you know, one of the. But could he win some of those games? Yeah. Could he beat? You know, if he gets, depending on his draw, he comes up against Gando, he comes up against Jose de Sousa, comes up against a Rob Cross, like, and when he starts playing seeds there, the seeds he can manage to get himself up against. If he goes deep, just take it game by game, he's got a chance.
Well, you look at not even. I'd go further. We'll do the top 16 seeds. If you look at it, world number 1, Peter Wright, is he in the best of form right now? No. Gezi, best of form? No. MVG, there are question marks because of the operation.
Yeah,
so he's won the Premier League, but there are question marks. Michael Smith,
definitely
in form. James Wade, is he in form? No. And even if he was in form, you would fancy Adrian Lewis to outscore James.
Yeah.
And still get opportunities. Gary Anderson, is he in form? No. De Sousa, no. Van den Berg, yes. Clayton, I'm in the middle with Johnny. I wouldn't say he's bang out of Nick, but I wouldn't say he's in Nick. He's somewhere in the middle for me. Rob Cross, I put Rob in the yes bracket. I think he's been very steady and consistent. Noppert, for me, yes. Humphreys, yes. Cullen, I'd have in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, time of the Premier League, you know, he wasn't. Has he not been turning up loads?
Yeah. Dirk, yes. Chisnell, not overly. Ratajski, no.
There's a lot of matches there that Adrian Lewis will look at and think,
I can win
winnable.
this game. Yeah. Final will be about 5 minutes or so, we reckon. But yeah, there are plenty there to attack.
There's a lot of opportunity, I think, this year for players like Adi, and not just Adrian Lewis, but I think some of the other players that we know that are hovering around outside of that area that have got some form. Damon Heta, for one, you know, Damon Heta, I think, has got a great chance of going really deep. Really good chance.
Yeah.
Why is that game not showing yet?
Yeah, look at. We'll go through the 16 non-seeds now, like we did. Like Heta in form, so steady without being amazing, but still in decent nick. You wouldn't say he was out of form. Aspinall, tough. No. Schiller, tough. Gurney, tough. Rids, I'd have in the middle somewhere. I wouldn't say he was in nick, but he was out.
No, he's not. He's not out. He's half. He's there or thereabouts, but not on form.
Yeah. Clements' stage form always worries me. Gilding, floor form, amazing.
Yeah.
I want to see him on the stage, but floor form is sensational. Stephen Bunting's out of nick at the moment for me.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Martin Lukeman in form, but my worry is the debut at the match play. If he can replicate the form he's shown on the Euro Tour and the Pro Tour, he'll be fine. But we've seen that Winter Gardens stage do funny things to people on debut. So, question mark over Lukeman, not ability, just the fact it's his debut. There's a little question mark for me. Lewis, look, he's a seasoned campaigner. Going back there won't phase him. Kim Hybrecht's record at the Winter Gardens is nothing short of horrendous. Dobie, somewhere in the middle. Razma, again, I'm not convinced about Razma on a stage.
No.
Dolan, bang out of form. Roby John, in form. For me.
Yeah, and what I've seen from all of that is there's a lot of opportunity for players to have some big, deep runs in that tournament, and for some new names that might not have been seen in, televised major last 16s, quarterfinals, loads of opportunity there.
Yeah, completely. Look, I can't wait. Genuinely cannot wait. And look, at the moment, 12 are dark green. Depending on how the draw goes tomorrow, that 15, those 3 places could go dark green very quickly once the draw's been done.
Yeah.
But just waiting now. Again, come and say hi in the chat room.
It is taking a little while, this, isn't it, to get up and running? Considering the pace they've moved through games today, it is taking just a little while to get this match up and running.
Yeah, I don't imagine it'll be too much longer. To be fair, it's not even set up on the iPad yet. We are going to grab a quick ad break, one last toilet break, and then we will be back for the final. Sound like a plan? Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. Here we are getting ready for the final. It is now warming up, and the stream has come on. Adrian Lewis against Boris Koltsov. Cannot wait. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Lewis has won the ball. He's going to switch the other one off. There we go. So we are underway. I think $6 grand for second place. In this, 12 for the winner, 6 for second.
That come about quick, didn't it? All we had to do was have a quick break and then they get started.
Colts off. Started well.
Okay, this one open. He certainly has.
No, the whole Raw Gezi walk-on was all his idea. Would Boris Koltsov be the most surprising Pro Tour winner ever?
No.
Definitely. It's up there with the likes of Joe Mernon.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, I think.
Yeah, it's up there.
So now we've had some like real curveballs, haven't we?
Yeah.
Solid start though, against the darts.
Broken. But looks like Lewis has now woken up. Remember, race to 8 in the final.
Yeah, that 140 set off again. That's where it's been. He's put all those pressure on us. He's scoring these constant 140 hitting today. And he's nicked the initiative here against the darts. And he's going to get 6 darts from here, Adrian Lewis, for this 96. Only needs 2. So Adrian Lewis breaks back immediately to level the game up 1 each. And that is some beautiful darts there. Having a look on the stream from Adrian Lewis, who is throwing lovely today.
Stephen, yes, there has been, but it's not. It's the broadcaster who ultimately gets the say on the walk-on song. But yeah, there has. I'm not going to name them because it's obviously not common knowledge. But there are players that have wanted to change their walk-on song and not been able to.
Adrian just looking to kick on here now. Another one of those 140. His 140 hitting has been absolutely relentless in this match. Just not lifting the pressure off. Averaging 111 here, Eddie. No pressure on this 122. He's got at least 6 from here, but tees up, tops, absolutely brilliant darts that from Adrian Lewis. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And he's just set himself up there. 1 dart again is all that he needs to take out that
there is an
40.
example. There is an example I can use actually, but he uses it now. But Dirk wasn't allowed to use that horrible stuff that he listens to as his walk-on to start with. Because remember, he used to use it on the Euro Tour, and then on TV he didn't because he wasn't allowed to. But now, obviously, it works and he does. But to start with, he wasn't. Thanks, Anthony. Our pleasure. Remember, we have one more day to go as well. Boris not giving up. He's not having his belly tickled though, is he?
No, he's not, and he's on throw. But again, Adrian Lewis just another 140. No, I think that's the fifth 140 he's hit, maybe the fourth 140 he's hit, 6 more potentially in 4 legs. Really top scoring from Adrian Lewis. He's putting the pressure on, and Boris is having to play like, there you go, a ton 80 from Adrian Lewis. So Boris is having to play at his absolute best to stay in this game, just to hold. He's having to take out 12 dart legs to hold.
Unreal.
Eddie coming for 86. If this goes, then this really is a remarkable start to a match. You know, he's gone off the boil there just for one visit maybe, but Boris needs this 25, takes it out 2-2, and we have a Desmond.
2-2.
But Adrian Lewis winning the bull, so whilst we don't have a break, remains on throw here. Just not the power scoring that we've seen lately from Adrian here, but
Koltsov just putting it under pressure a little bit here.
Adrian probably needs 2 trebles here just to... Oh, that'll do.
Yeah, that'll do. Needs 2 trebles. Hold my coat.
There we go. Yeah. And then Boris, no, that's not what he wanted to do. But that is just the pressure that Adrian's putting people under today. He's unforced errors. I think that Adrian's just making people think. And that 120 there, he's missed double tops by the look of things. Good visit that from Boris, 134, but Adrian, 3 darts on double 10. Again, first dart, loads of that today from Adrian Lewis. First dart going into those doubles, and he re-establishes that lead. 3-2 ahead. That is a god-awful first visit from Boris Koltsov. 40 opening. He might as well just hand Lewis the darts and let him start off. How badly is that going to be punished? Let's see.
Punished.
And it's quite bad. 1-3-4 from Eddie Lewis. So immediately the tide turns in this leg. Boris with an 81, nowhere near enough, and the initiative remains with Adrian Lewis here. And if he picks up a break the way that he's playing, averaging 113, it's going to be very hard to look at Boris coming and turning that around.
Yeah. That you just feel that Boris needed to be in front or level at the halfway point, not chasing Adrian.
100%. Yeah, and you think the way Adrian's played today, it doesn't look like he's going to give up a 2-3 leg lead, just the way he's been scoring. He hasn't given people many opportunities. And again, here against the darts, a big visit here. Like that, there, perfect timed, 138, leaving 52. He's going to have 6 darts to get rid of that 52 at least. Well, maybe not, depending on what Boris does here.
Can Boris qualify for anything? Look, if he wins, he puts him in a great position for the Players' Championship finals and the World Championships.
Double 5, Adrian Lewis. 1 dart straight in, double 5, and another break of throw. And you've got to assume that this is where Adrian is going to look to kick on, build that lead up. See what he can do. Opens with another ton. Another solid, strong start.
Yeah. No, Koltsov has never won a Pro Tour.
Some of these doubles as well from Adrian Lewis today. That double 18 he hit before, absolutely dead centre in the middle of the bed. That double 5 as well, absolutely dead centre. Some beautiful doubles being thrown by Adrian Lewis today. Boris having a big leg here, though, against the darts.
Yeah. He's one of the chat. Oh, look, he has the game. Boris Koltsov has the game to win things. We saw him a couple of times in the live league when we were doing it from home, and we had him plugged in Moscow. A couple of big, I think he went 115, 116 averages 2 games in a row. He has the game to do unbelievable damage. Right now, Adrian is world number 36. If he wins here, he'll go to 35. The flag, I'm just going to keep removing your comments, mate. They're not helpful and not wanted. So kindly do one.
Ooh, pressure on this now. Pressure on this 24. You got off to a flying start in this leg, Boris, but if he can't get this, peg this double at the end, which he doesn't, he's presented Adrian Lewis with a golden opportunity after coming out of the blocks with that max 80, failing to hit a treble on his second visit. But once again, one dart at a double on his visit.
And that's the difference. Koltsov has had a couple of half chances, and that was more than that. That was a chance and hasn't taken them.
Yeah, he's worked his way around the board, missing doubles. Adrian Lewis once again, one dart, dead centre of the bed. Again, some of that doubling he's hit today. Good start again, though, from Boris, but this is on throw, so this is doing nothing to bridge that gap back. Even if he holds here, this is doing nothing to try and catch up this ever-increasing score of Adrian Lewis.
What a leg from Boris Koltsov here. This is what I mean. This is the game that he has in the locker. He has these astronomical numbers.
Yeah, it just needs to, it's just consistency, isn't it? It's just being able to find this 3 or 4 games in a row. Lewis languishing back there. I mean, there's a max. Is there now pressure on that 10? Well, the way he's doubled in the last few legs, potentially. Oh, one straight in double 5. Well done, Boris Koltsov.
Yeah. If Simon Whitlock were to win tomorrow, would he be at the match play? 12 on that.
Potentially, depending on other results.
Yeah. Yes, I think, he would. James, I'm with you. I'm the same. I think today was Whitlock's chance. The way it all went, the way it opened up, I'm with you there. I think today was the one.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if he'd have come through that game against Watamina, then I think that was where there was a real opportunity for him after that, and he just couldn't quite get past that game, could he?
If he plays RJR in the final, he's still potentially above Dolan, Razma, and Dobie. Well, to be fair, if tomorrow, if the semi-final lineup is Roby John, Simon Whitlock, Chris Dobie, and either one of Dolan or Rasma, then go and pick 6 lottery numbers as well.
Yeah. Adrian Lewis looking here. There, I was going to say, if based on the way he's played today, you'd have backed him to get rid of that 54. Boris Koltsov, you've got to assume running out of chances here. But Adrian Lewis 6-3 up in a race to 8. Boris definitely running out of legs here.
Come on, Scott Williams tomorrow. Scott Williams can't qualify. Or no, can he? No, 12k on that. Scott Williams cannot get to Roby John. Oh no, sorry. No, yes, he can. Sorry, my fault. I'm 42. Scott Williams' win would probably put him there.
Boris again doing the business on his own throw. He needs to build the break.
Does Whitlock have to win to qualify? Six. Runner-up may do if Roby John was to lose first round. And
oh, lovely. 160 out from Boris Koltsov.
Yeah. Runner-up may do Whitlock, but that would then rely on Roby not picking up any money or anything like that. So a final may be enough. But again, this one just not done yet. Boris absolutely making a fist of this one.
Yeah, that 160 out was a bit special. I'm just waiting to... Again, Boris is doing too much of it, though, on his own throw. Like some really, really good stuff from him, but all of his best work in this match is being done on his own throw. And he's just allowing Lewis to pick, after he's had that once, as soon as Adi was a break up, he's just been able to pick his way through, set things up. Like Boris has thrown that 180 there. It's a bit late because Adi's already set up his tops. And he's got 3 darts to, he only needs one. Once again, Adrian Lewis. That doubling really has been as clean as a whistle today. So many of those landing. First dart, first attempt, bang in the centre of the bed. Not the start Boris would have wanted there.
Adrian Lewis moves within 1. The stream's just catching up now. And the dart at tops is as clean as a whistle. This is quite...
His darts at double today have been just lovely. Like they've been... There's so many of them have gone in the first dart, and so many of them have gone absolutely dead centre in the bed. But a lot of what Adrian's done, some of those he hit three treble 19s in that last leg. And they went like they almost went through the same hole, but bang in the center of the bed. Like it's just the way that he's landing them is just beautiful today. Some of it.
Yeah.
Shanghai
James,
for Boris.
yeah, semi-final may be enough, but my worry is tomorrow is I think there will be a few pullouts overnight, and I think the field may be either not 1-2-8 or considerably weaker. I think there'll be a few more Challenge Tour players in tomorrow, so there may be potentially a few more gimmies as well. And that's the problem. Right now, I don't.
There we go. Adrian Lewis. Again, one dart, double tops. Once again, first dart in hand. And he does it. Another absolutely superb doubling finish. And Adrian Lewis is today's winner.
Absolutely superb. Just going to let the stream catch up. Just want to see the reaction, the celebration from Jackpot. Back in the winner's circle. Oh, they don't show.
It has just been. Let's have a look, see what he does. Dead centre again. Absolutely perfect that in the centre of the bed. And he's done that all day. Do you think he's going to stay tomorrow, Phil? Try and build on some of this form.
That he is absolutely beaming. Beaming. Absolutely. Can Price and Wright meet each other in the match play? Only in the final.
Yeah.
Only in the final. But there we have it. Another day of Pro Tour action in the ledger here. Adrian Lewis is heading back to Blackpool. Congratulations to him. Still a few places not dark green at the moment. Realistically, shooting for 16th, barring something bizarre happening. Can it happen? Of course it can. It's sport. Do I think it will happen? Probably not. But time will tell. Dan, thank you very much for joining us today on the Pro Tour Live stream. Chat room, every one of you, give yourselves a huge round of applause. You guys have absolutely smashed it today. Remember, we are back tomorrow for the final day of action. If you are at work, have us on in the background. We will keep you company. If you can't watch it on the PDC system, we will keep you up to date. Have us on in the corner. Set headphones on and the boss will think you're working hard. But yeah, back from 11:55 tomorrow. I've been Phil Bars. Dan Simpson have joined you. We have been Online Darts. Thank you very, very much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and we will see you all very, very soon.